Okay, I think we can start. I know it's early, and I know EuroPride has also wonderful night programs, but there is a moment when we have to start working again, and I'm very happy to greet you here this morning. My name is Mark Angel. I'm a member of the European Parliament from the Socialist and Democrat group, and I'm come from Luxembourg. And together with this wonderful lady down here, Terry Reinke from the German Greens in the European Parliament, I have the big honor to co-chair the Lgbti Intergroup, and we also have two vice presidents present here. It's Maria Walsh from the EPP group from Ireland, and Malin Björk from the Swedish left, and Malin and Maria are wonderful vice presidents, and you will be able to listen to them later on. I really want to thank the Pride organizers here in Belgrade, Goran, and also EuroPride, all the people who made this fantastic week possible. This is really fantastic. And I want to thank you in the name of the Intergroup that you made it possible for us to participate in this human rights conference. You know, Pride is not only the important march, it's not only the parties, but it's also discussing with civil society, discussing with legislators, discussing with academics on how we can really ensure that LGBTI rights are recognized as full human rights, not only in the European Union, but also outside the European Union, and especially also in Europe, in all the countries of the Council of Europe. And therefore, I'm also happy that we will have online later another legislator, Christophe Lacroix, he is the rapporteur in the Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly on LGBTI rights. I'm also happy that another colleague of the European Parliament is here from Malta. Malta, the champion country when it comes to LGBTI rights, is Cyrus Engerer, who is here with us. Thank you for coming. And we even have a friend, a legislator from Canada, Senator René Cormier from the Canadian Senate, who is a big ally also of the European activists. So merci René that you came here. Just to introduce the Lgbti Intergroup, we are 155 members of the European Parliament out of 705 members. This is really fantastic. Of course, not all belong to the LGBTI community, but they are allies, and this is wonderful. We are represented in all the committees. We are active on all the reports, and we have fantastic help from our wonderful coordinator, Miguel Chambel. Thank you, Miguel, for your work. And then, of course, also, every member of the Bureau has an assistant dealing with LGBTI issues, and therefore I think I can say we are the most active intergroup in the European Parliament. And we, last year during World Pride in Copenhagen, we had a conference where we invited legislators to create intergroups in their parliament, and it's happening. It's happening in Canada, it's happening even in Hungary. Now we got the good news, and we have an intergroup in Poland, and this is important that in all European countries we will have in the national parliaments intergroups for the LGBTI rights. Having said that, the subject today is hate crime and hate speech, and not later than a few days ago in Germany, we had again another victim of hate crime. It was Malte, a young trans man who was killed after the Pride in Münster, and we cannot longer tolerate this. And therefore, I think the subject we chose today is really important: combating hate crime and speech in Europe, tools to move forward. This is part of the important LGBTI equality strategy, which was presented 2 years ago in the European Parliament by the European Commission, by Commissioner Helena Daly, and my colleagues Maria and Malin. They are working on this. They will tell you later about this. I think I've spoken enough. It's nice to see you all here. I hope that we will have a good exchange. I will now invite Maria, who will moderate the next panel, and Malin to come up here. And then I invite you to not only listen, but later also put questions and be active. And also thank you to the Global Equality Caucus, to Alan, Aaron and Andrew for co-organizing this event with us. And for us parliamentarians, it's so important to be out of our parliaments, to be with civil society, with the activists, with academia, to learn from you and to exchange with you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. How are you all doing? Delighted to be here. My name is Maria, and I'm hailing from Ireland, as our beautiful president and lead orator, Mark, shared. Really honoured to be here. As Mark outlined, the Intergroup is a very hard-working group, but it is also represented in the values of our staff too. And in some large part, our groups that we represent, and then equally the fact that we are here in great numbers to make sure those in Belgrade and Serbia overall, and in countries where LGBTQI rights and minority rights as a whole is not always celebrated, honoured, and cherished. And that's what this conversation is going to be about. Now, I was gifted a speech by Miguel to make sure I don't go off topic. So while he's looking at me, I'm going to look down and make sure we remain somewhat on schedule, because we are conscious there's a lot of great debate, discussion, and time for us all to mix throughout today. And that's really, really important, that if you are looking at something or hearing about something, particularly in the European Parliament or legislation overall, and if you see one of us, please come up and first and foremost say hello. Let us know what you're working on yourself in your own grassroots movement, because it's only in great intimate conversations like this that we really, really get to fully understand what is happening in various facets and corners of everybody's life. This is a very short 1 hour panel, unfortunately, but don't get me wrong, we have great contributions. So we have two gentlemen joining us on screen, as well as these two fine, beautiful people sitting behind me. Don't worry, Breffany and Christoph, I also mean you in the beautiful commentary too. But we will focus on the various tools that are present and need to be perhaps more present at European level to lead the fight against hate crime and hate speech. And unfortunately, we are seeing, even in the European Union, rollbacks on various issues around hate speech and hate crime. There is, as many of you already know, and Mark alluded to earlier, a European Commission strategy on LGBTIQ plus rights, and that's first of its kind, very welcomed, but how do we take what's on paper into action? And that's certainly what all our contributions will lead into this morning. The strategy itself lays out one measure to extend the list of Eurocrimes to hate crime and hate speech. This is an important step in the protection of us all. But across the border from Brussels in the direction of Strasbourg, there have been develops to pertain to the whole Council of Europe area, which is the 46 states, including all of the EU's 27. And Ambassador O'Reilly will highlight that more. So let's use this hour, and I promise I will keep my introductions, Miguel, quite short. Some housekeeping stuff to run through. I have some set questions that the panelists already have. In case you think it's a little bit more orchestrated, it's not. While we have questions put in, different things will come up from each of our speakers, and then hopefully after this we'll hear from the floor too in own one-on-one conversations. They will have a short 2 or 3 minutes to reply. This is not for you in the audience, I'm saying this. This is for the two beside me and the two on the screen, and myself included. Let's keep it nice and tight. Sometimes I will address some questions to the entire panel, and sometimes directly to one speaker. And just conscious to you all, we'll keep the morning moving. And that if we do run some time, that we'll maybe take 1 or 2 questions from the floor if time allows, and we have the capacity to do that. But just before I kick off with Malin, in the first question, I just also want to be conscious that if you do not want to be taken in photographs, perhaps some in this room or definitely in our community are not out. Let's just be really conscious when you do post or tag that we're doing that in a mindful capacity. And before we really kick off, Goran, I think a big, as we say in Ireland, Bulabus, a big round of applause to Goran and all the team at Belgrade Pride, because it's been hard. So Malin is a colleague of mine from Sweden, sits in the Left group in the European Parliament. Question to you first. The Parliament has been fundamental in calling for legislation, both on hate crime and hate speech. Can you tell me in your own words how the Intergroup has contributed to keeping the pressure going on this? And then also what the list of Eurocrimes is in what we're working on in the Parliament, or certainly what you would want it to include, and how the process is going in the Council, and what is really needed between the Council, the Parliament, and ourselves in the Intergroup. Couple of loaded questions there for you, Malin.
Yeah, no, I'll be quick. It's very, very nice to be here. So, and thank you for inviting us and having us here. As Mark has explained, we have the particularity that we are legislators. So we propose legislation. We work towards legislation. We are also elected. So it means that we are here to represent people. We're here to actually carry on, getting a mandate for 5 years. It's a mandate in the European Parliament, to voice the concerns of people that have elected us and work towards that. So, I mean, that keeps you quite on your toes, and it should be like that. And to protect fundamental rights, I think the European Parliament has been on our toes. Not all actors there, but a majority. And we have a big majority working on fundamental rights, women's rights, migrants' rights, LGBTI rights. We adopted a report we came from Strasbourg now, voting on fundamental rights. It highlights different aspects of that. And it also, we put together these issues, everything from independence of the judiciary, media freedoms, to fundamental rights and human rights. And that's part of our job. If we go to the issue of Eurocrimes, in the treaties, for the European Union to make any kind of legislation, we need to have a treaty base. And that, in terms of hate crime and hate speech, is lacking. So now there is a proposal to add that to the Eurocrimes in the treaties. It needs to be a unanimity in the Council, so between the member states, governments. That's not us in the Parliament. We don't have a say on that. But there needs to be unanimity, and of course there is not. There are a few countries blocking. I leave it for you to guess who they are. But we do have, of course, a problem there. And then in the second step, the Commission can come forward with a piece of legislation against hate crime on the basis of, and then it's up for them to to propose sexual orientation, gender identity, and other areas if they wish to. And we will certainly be there to voice the concerns of us, but then ultimately of the people that elected us, and that is our job.
Thank you, Malin. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Malin. And just to add to Malin's really great overview, so as an intergroup, while we're all representing various different political parties and policy stances, when it comes to LGBTI rights, all of that gets parked at the door. And we are specifically working together to make sure all our amendments, all our speeches, when we do interventions, when we challenge certain representatives in the Commission, the Council, and other stakeholders, we are on this, as I like to say, we're all singing from the same hymn sheet. And that's incredibly important, as Malin pointed out. When we talk about politics and those getting involved and making their voice heard and their vote count, it is so incredibly important that as a community, both allies and LGBTI plus community themselves are voting, because ultimately who we put into governments directly either block or celebrate the rights of ourselves at council level. And I cannot stress that enough. Sometimes you hear, politics not for me, nothing's moving, but we have to be actively involved in that, otherwise the council will remain at the impasse. We don't believe in a name and shaming, but I'm sure at some point we'll say some names in some countries. But moving on to our screen here, we have Ambassador O'Reilly. Ambassador, thank you very much for joining us. The EU is not the only one making strides in hate crime, Ambassador, and hate speech. Under the Irish presidency, I'm delighted to see you here, the Committee of Ministers adopted a recommendation on hate speech addressed to all 46 member states. Can you, Ambassador, tell us and share with the audience how it will bring the matter forward, and what does it call for, and ultimately how can it be implemented?
Thanks very much indeed for the invitation, first of all, and nice to see you again, Maria. I'd just say that Ireland has the 6-month presidency of the Council of Europe since May of this year until November. And actually, at the time of the ministerial meeting of all the Council of Europe ministers in Turin in May, as you say, a recommendation was adopted as a means of addressing the growing problem of hate crime and hate speech, in order to secure equal rights for all European citizens. So what the recommendation does, it provides a framework to cooperate in combating hate speech with measures that we consider effective and proportionate. So in it, governments are called to develop comprehensive policies and legislation to fight hate speech. And what's helpful is that it defines hate speech in such a way as it includes all forms of expression that incite or justify violence or hatred or discrimination against a person or persons, and denigrates them either on the basis of sex, race, religion, ethnicity, disability, gender, or sexual orientation. And it's important to note that the recommendation addresses online hate speech as well, includes it. Just a few more words about the measures that it recommends. It covers education, training, support for people who are targeted by hate speech, and monitoring of hate speech, and international coordination. So member states are supposed to review the status of implementing this recommendation on a regular basis. And further, there's a Council of Europe expert committee on combating hate crime, which is preparing a draft recommendation on combating hate crime for adoption in spring of 2024. And can I just finally say at this point that under the Irish presidency, for the first time, we formally invited members of the LGBTIQI plus communities, NGOs, representing them to a formal exchange of views with all 46 members of the Council of Europe. I'm pretty confident, in fact, I'm very confident that the subsequent presidency, which follows us in November, Iceland, will follow through on this effort to engage with the LGBTI community formally in the Committee of Ministers, because I think it's important that their voice is heard in that forum. And finally, could I just say in that exchange that those NGO representatives spoke honestly about how they felt discrimination and disadvantage impacted on them personally. And I think that's an important aspect to this discussion, that the personal element is recalled. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ambassador. Thank you. I'm not saying this just because I'm Irish, but I'm saying this because I'm Irish too. We have a lot of work to do, Ambassador, in our own country of Ireland, in terms of rainbow families, in terms of our trans community in particular. But it's incredibly rewarding when we see a small island like our own really working to make sure at this level the lived experiences of our LGBTI plus community is felt and heard and ultimately seen in legislation. And thank you very, very much. Delighted. Thank you. Moving, we're saving you for last, but moving to what was originally this corner of myself, we're going to change and speak to Christoph, who, the panic, sorry to the person on IT while I change that real quickly there. But just to give Christoph a question, you were the General Rapporteur of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe on LGBTI rights. Christoph, can you share how your mandate is contributing to these discussions, and how can the recently created LGBTI platform, so a group of parliamentarians like the one in our own European Parliament, advance these issues from your experience? And thanks very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. Thank you, Mark, Maria, and other co-chair for inviting me to participate in this panel. It's an honor to me and a great pleasure to participate. I want to express my strong support to EuroPride and to its organizer in Belgrade this year. Unfortunately, the circumstances in which this year's event being organized exactly embody the reason why we as members of Parliament must never stop speaking up in the support of LGBTI equality and rights. But to answer your question as regards my role as General Rapporteur, like all Assembly members, I belong to the national parliament in my country, in Belgium. We serve as a direct link from our national parliaments to a crucial European forum for interparliamentary dialogue on human rights and democracy. My role as General Rapporteur for the rights of LGBTI people is to alert the Assembly to key issues of concern for LGBTI people in Europe. When it comes to hate speech and hate crimes, unfortunately, previous General Rapporteurs and I have all had to speak out about this. We don't address individual cases of hate speech, of hate crimes, as we don't have the resources for that. But we do speak up in Assembly debates to denounce hatred against LGBTI people in our member states and to call for full respect for LGBTI equality and rights. We can also make public statements where political or religious leaders violate the human rights of LGBTI people or foster LGBTI phobia. Just to give a couple of examples, the previous General Rapporteurs denounced the terrible change that Hungary made to its constitution and law during the pandemics, which directly aimed LGBTI people and legitimated anti-LGBTI sentiments. Since I was appointed in January, I have raised concerns about the right of LGBT people fleeing Ukraine. And in August, when President Vučić first said that EuroPride events might be banned on the pretext of national security, I published a statement that denounced this interference and the setback that is represented for democracy as well as human rights. About the Assembly LGBTI platform, my time is up, I think. So let me just say for now that the platform is about parliamentarians from across Europe joining forces to protect and to promote full and effective equality for LGBTI people on our continent. Of course, this includes combating hate speech and hate crime. I stop here to leave time for others and say more about the platform later.
Thank you very, very much, Christoph. Thank you. And thank you for your work on making sure your voice and colleagues' voices were heard, particularly for EuroPride here in Belgrade. I think that's an incredible, important step, and many organisations like our own followed suit after you. Turning to Goran. As head of Europe and MENA for civil rights and defenders, you can see the dramatic effect hate crime and hate speech has, unfortunately, everywhere, both online and offline. I think it's really important to share both. But for example, now that we are in a region here in the Balkans, even in places where there are laws, often the implementation is the problem. How can civil society help governments in providing better protection? And may I say, everybody here, what can we do to support you in the work that you're doing?
Thanks a lot. Thanks for being with us. I hope we hear each other. Yes, you're right. I mean, laws are quite often, especially in this region, are quite good sometimes. sometimes, often, and they are often in line with the Council of Europe standards, because all states here are a member of Council of Europe, or in Kosovo the standards are applicable. So this is the case, but implementation is always the problem, really, and this is the key. And I'm always telling that the best decision EU made related to Balkan countries is to say that implementation is the key for accession to EU. So this is no more games with, we will adopt some law and then nothing. So number one, what we can do to be very concrete, first responsibility is on civil society and on victims. We need to report cases. And this is the big problem. I guess this is in some EU countries as well. We as victims, we are often not reporting, especially cases of hate crime. When you belong to the LGBT community, and you are attacked, and then you are afraid if your parents or someone with whom you live might be informed that you are attacked and you are not out. This is a problem. You are then deciding not to report case, even to the police and even to hospital. So you are staying injured at home and waiting this to pass. But we need to report, because without reporting, a case does not exist. In other cases, then maybe when some activist is attacked, or when case of hate speeches, we need to use all legal means. Ombudsman, non-judicial mechanism, judicial mechanism, European Court of Human Rights. Yes, it takes time, but still it's very important that we use all mechanisms. So that's number one. Number two, we need to prepare reports. I know that many NGOs are tired of, reports, no one is reading that and so on. I agree. No one will read in EU or Council of Europe will read 100 pages report anymore. We are in, time of social media and so on, maybe. But you can always write some 10 pages report or do some exception in social media, some summaries and so on. It is important that we have some basis for some actions to see how big a problem is of hate speech or hate crime. Because people still, government is always telling us, and citizens are telling us, you don't have that problem. You don't have problem. You live normally. You're just creating problems when you're creating pride. Which is another thing. Number three thing is we need to be proactive as a civil society. We need to approach government, everywhere, with already prepared solutions, model of the law or some policy or something. We need to draft something or propose some concrete solutions and come there and say, okay, this is what we want. And in the same time inform you guys in European Parliament or European Commission and so on. And yes, many just say, but how I will approach them? Just try, send an email, and I know that all of you are very approachable, so it's very easy to tell them, okay, we propose this to the government and we want dialogue. So this is number three, and the last thing which I'm finishing about the negotiation. This is a bit mystery. Should we negotiate with the government? Should we cooperate? Or how we'll go about it? I'm somewhere between. I think that we should be part of dialogue. I think we should communicate with the government, especially when new legislation is prepared or when we are discussing how to implement better existing legislation. But then when government, the red line is when you see that governmental body or someone in the government is misusing you just to say to the European partners, we have a dialogue. We have a dialogue with civil society. You're just some kind of, I don't know, is it in English, ikebana? You're just some flowers, you just exist formally there. So this is to tick boxes. And this is something that really drives me crazy in this region when governments are often showing that we have a dialogue around key questions. And I'm thinking that we should be there on the table, yes, but there is some red line when you cannot participate anymore and say this is not leading, there is no progress. So I think civil society should be constructive to some extent, but after some extent, no.
Yeah, thank you very much, Goran. A round of applause to Goran there, please. Thank you. These are questions to all four, and we'll do whoever raises their physical or virtual hand. But here is, picking up from what Goran had just shared there is a clear need for better policies and laws that penalise hatred at a speed of which is in real time and not in hindsight, because hatred is so divisive, and it's often used for electoral gain. We see that within the European Union, unfortunately, much more than we even see outside sometimes. such as when, an example of this is when the LGBTIQ plus community is made to be political target by parties or politicians. And unfortunately, folks, this happens all the time in the European Parliament too, with our folks that sit right of us. And it's important to fight these instances and not normalize hate speech in political campaigns or by political actors. But for all four of you, how do you feel, how can you, in your position and organization, contribute to changing this behavior? How can we collectively work together? How can you individually work together? And who would like to take that up? Malin, do you want to go first?
Well, I think both Christophe and myself, we're lawmakers, we're legislators, so that's definitely one of our tasks, I would say, as long as we are in this position. So that's we would have to carry these voices. We will have to listen to civil society. That's our job. We have to listen. We have to take your reports. We have to read them. We have to be that voice in our parliamentary spaces, and we do that in the Lgbti Intergroup very seriously, as we have explained. But I think also we have a platform. All of us that have a platform where we can speak, where we're listened to, we have to be voicing, try to explain what is the situation, what's the problem, what is going on. We have to name what's happening. We have to say, if it's not named, it doesn't exist. And we have a platform to name it. So we have to name that this is homophobia, this is lesbophobia, this is transphobia. This is what's happening, and it's hurtful, and it's dangerous. And I think we have to make the link, as I said before, between defending democratic institutions and human rights. We have to defend the Geneva Convention, the Istanbul Convention to combat violence against women and gender-based violence. We have to adhere to international instruments for human rights. That's, and we have to stand up with those every time. And when it comes to hate crime and hate speech, that is a specific piece of legislation that we have to work on. But as several people have said here, and as the Council of Europe recommendation also says, the criminalization part is just one little piece of the puzzle. And it's as with fighting, anti-racist, battles or on women's rights against gender-based violence. The legislation have to be on the right side of things. It has to be on our side. It just has to. But from there, it's just one piece of the puzzle, and we have to do so much more in terms of prevention, education, supporting civil society, supporting victims, and that will be also a very, very important test, because I know and I hope that we will get this piece of legislation in more and more countries in Europe, but the real test will be its implementation and how we actually support people.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Do you want to go on next?
Well, I will use example from EuroPride. We have at the very beginning the whole this mess around ban started with two political parties in the Belgrade City Hall, Daly and POX, that they submit to mayor some initiative for ban of EuroPride. Of course, mayor has nothing with EuroPride. Mayor cannot cancel or ban EuroPride, and so it's not relevant. But of course, for them, the point was that to be visible in media. And what I did in that moment when they did, immediately next day, I start repeating one very short article of the law, because no one in this society knows what is hate speech, basically. And then we have a law where hate speech is clearly defined. So it's spreading ideas, informations, and opinions that are leading to discrimination or violence of some particular group, blah, blah, blah. So I was repeating that hundreds of times in media, so I'm repeating and repeating very clearly and saying what they are doing, they are linking us to monkeypox, they are linking us to financial things, and they are linking us to security, that we are threats. It's like, before Second World War. I mean, it's linking LGBT community to all problems and fears that people in this society have. And then when you're explaining what is the law, people start understanding that. That was the number one you can do. Be very clear and repeat all the time that this is a hate speech. The second thing is use legal means. I submit, a couple of, one thing is to the Commissioner for Equality. She don't want to say it's hate speech, but we submit and explain. She avoided, say, oh, I cannot give clear answer. And then to the Press Council and many more. When it comes to hate crime, we need to explain people that this is not regular violence, that this is a crime happened because someone belongs to a certain group. That's not that easy. It is easy, but people always say, well, the violence happens to anyone. This is something completely different. It happens because you are a member of a particular group. And I think that's the message we need to repeat and repeat, and sometimes it gets that we are tired of repetition, but we need to repeat to citizens and they will understand at the end. I think this is our key mission at the moment, and with social media and with everything, it's much more easier than, I don't know, 10 years ago or so on. It's easier to do this, so we need to do this.
Absolutely, absolutely. Time-wise, do we have anybody, Christoph or Breffney, do you want to come in? Breffney, do you want to come in on that?
Well, perhaps I should leave Philippe go first, the legislator.
Oh, thank you very much, Your Excellency. Yes, I already mentioned it, that speaking out against political hate speech is a very important of my role and of my duty. We must never stop reacting, because failing to do so sends the message that using hate speech in political campaigns is acceptable. If we do not react, we are contributing ourselves to normalizing hate speech. But of course, reacting is not enough. We must also be proactive. In January, the Assembly adopted a resolution on combating rising hate against LGBTI people in Europe. This called for all of our member states to take much stronger action. Of course, the resolution called for effective legislation and for it to be applied in practice. But what was new? What was new was this resolution emphasized that anti-LGBTI hatred is not simply an individual phenomenon. We cannot fight anti-LGBTI hatred effectively if we pretend that only nasty people express it, or if we ignore the fact that such hatred has deep roots based in long-standing gender stereotypes and patriarchal structures in our societies, which harm women and LGBTI people in similar ways. And to fight it effectively, we must also recognize that today there are well-organized and very well-funded anti-LGBTI movements, which are also promoting anti-gender discourse. This is why the Assembly set up the new LGBT platform. Our members recognize that the face of organized action against all rights of LGBT people. We need to join forces to be visible, to multiply our voice, and to work more effectively together against hatred and to promote LGBTI equality and rights. We will be stronger together. We will be proud, and we must never give up the fight.
Thank you, Christoph. You're here. Just before I pass to you, Ambassador O'Reilly, I just want to acknowledge Commissioner Helena Daly has come in. So welcome, Commissioner, to you and your team. Thank you very much for joining us. A few Maltese in the room, so it's great to have another. Thank you very much. Ambassador, I'll pass to you.
Thanks very much indeed, Maria. And I know you're under a little bit of time pressure, so I'll just maybe focus on the part of the question that relates to what we can do to make a contribution in this area. And just to say that as part of the Irish presidency of the Council of Europe, we're organising a roundtable on combating LGBTI hate crime across Europe that will be held in Dublin at the end of October, on the 27th of October. And that roundtable will bring together international NGOs, academics, and other interested parties, and it's aimed at driving intergovernmental cooperation in combating LGBTI crime. We need to talk about it. And as Goran was saying earlier, it's essential that we speak out when we witness discrimination and human rights violations. Can I also say we very much welcome the cooperation with the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, of which Christophe is a member, and the Council of Europe organization. We, as a whole, we intend, Malin was mentioning particularly violence against women, we intend to organize at the end of September, at the end of this month, a meeting of Ministers for Justice of the 46 member states of the Council of Europe that's being organized by Helen McEntee, the Irish Minister for Justice. And finally, just very quickly, could I make the point that we welcome the role of the Council of Europe Human Rights Commissioner, who has spoken about the decision of the Serbian authorities in relation to EuroPride, as has our ministers, Simon Coveney and Thomas Byrne, in regretting and expressing disappointment at that decision. So with those kind of initiatives, we hope to try and contribute at least to a discussion of the problem and finding a resolution. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Breffney. Thank you. Just our final question, I'll take to you two, if that's okay. Hate crime and hate speech can be exceptionally traumatic, exceptionally. Not only can it be violent, both physically, mentally, emotionally. At worst, it can be lethal. It can result in ending of a life. And often those that cause it are not held accountable. Those that spread the hate are not often held accountable. Now, we all shared at various points the different laws and mechanisms that are in place and that are working in some parts, but not in all parts. And, you know, from before we wrap up, I'd love to hear from you, you know, what is the most convincing argument that we can share with those that don't see LGBTI plus community or minority community as an equal?
Well, I think, Goran, you said, you know, to be concrete, to try to explain to people, to give voice to that, to use our platforms that we have, to be very clear that, you know, hate is also linked to fear, and these issues undermine our, you know, democratic societies. And I also think, you know, some of us live in countries where we have a growing far right, and they are, of course, targeting our community, the LGBTI plus community. They target women's rights, they target women, migrants' rights, and I think we have to organize together to defend institutions, democratic institutions, human rights, the most basic things in society. And I think, you know, nobody is in, we will not be spared from that threat. So we have to be reaching out and making sure that we work together as community with other communities that are also under pressure in this situation. I think that will be also one of the important strategies forward. And also, like I said before, a law doesn't make the whole, you know, things go away, but it's one part that has to be in place to say to people, you are not wrong, they are wrong.
Well, many things. I mean, these regular things, even reporting, like something happened, and then you report, and then you have like access to justice is just like ideal world. I mean, and that's actually in some countries for very few of us who are visible and so on. So many people are afraid, and situation around victim is very complicated. When you're a victim of anything, with hate speech or hate crime, situation is complicated in personal things people don't want to report, and many, many more. So, but we can help. We who are visible, doesn't matter if you are an NGO or you're a politician and so on. It is very important when that person who has some physical or verbal violence see you guys from European Parliament or the Commission or us in civil society, see on TV talking about it and giving the right message all the time, repeating and repeating. I know it's sometimes boring, but yes, we need to repeat, and then you feel much better. Personally, I'm not attacked. I never have attack in my life, I mean, while I was living in Serbia. Never, I mean, no one attacked me. I'm always saying that. I never have problem personally. But everyone I know who is out, more or less, or out, or they presume that they belong to the LGBTIQ community, they were attacked. They were victim of harassment or so on. So on. So I'm speaking, every time I'm speaking for them. When I'm have dialogue with government, I'm doing that for them because they told me, or people who are not out are telling me like, listen, I cannot be out because of a million reasons. But since you start dealing with pride, since you were speaking and so on, it's much easier. No one is giving homophobic statements in my work. No one. People start, those homophobic people, they simply say, okay, maybe I should not say something like that. So we can contribute. We can always work together on that, and that's very important thing, and there are many things that can be done jointly. One thing is that we have today here in Belgrade is solidarity. Don't ever forget power of solidarity. I felt these days when this all happened around EuroPride, and I never expected that these things will happen really when we apply, I felt so much solidarity that gives us much more motivation that you cannot imagine. And it's really beyond. That solidarity is very important, and this is really number one. And number two is we can get from each other a lot of things. If some things happen in Hungary or in Germany and so on, trust me, or Sweden or whatever, trust me, it is visible here when the situation is worse. Because that case is taken from some news, something happened, or your speech or anything is taken and it became news here. So it's not only national. Things are not only national anymore. It was 20 years ago, it was something national, and no one will know. Now, whatever happens somewhere, we will know it here, positive or negative. But we can create positive things in some other countries, cases or whatever, and this will have really, really big impact in some other countries. So I think solidarity and exchange and working together are maybe 3 key messages from my side.
Definitely solidarity from our side. I'm getting the famous nod that we will open the floor to some questions. Does anybody have, we might take time for 1, if not 2 questions. Great, up here. Do we have a roaming mic? Oh, there we go, it's coming to you. If you do feel comfortable, will you introduce yourself and where you're coming from? That would be great.
Thank you very much. Silvia Casalino from the Euro-Central Asian lesbian community. Maybe it's a question, it's linked with this situation here in Belgrade today, but it's about yesterday and what happened yesterday at the parliament and the vote for the Hungarian, let's call it, situation. So maybe for me it's more directed with Malin, but with you also. What does it mean? Does it mean that the European Parliament is really starting to doing politics and not just policies, or is it no hope, but we try to do something?
Great question. And I'll refer to my colleague Malin for the answer.
I'm actually the negotiator for the left group on the Hungarian situation, and well, it's very clear from the parliament side that we don't want any money to be dispersed to Hungary as long as they don't respect rule of law and fundamental rights. So the parliament, the parliament has pronounced itself very clearly on that situation. But as with the European Union institutions, always a little bit less straightforward. It will actually be the Commission, on the proposal of the Commission, and then on the decision of the Council in the Member States, whether that will happen or not. But the Parliament certainly has been very clear, no money for Hungary unless they get their act together and join the democratic families again.
Yeah. And just a great question, just to add to that, you know, as an EPP member and an LGBTI ally, as well as lesbian, really difficult sometimes to sit in a group with Fidesz for a period of time. But what I've seen from day one in July 2019 to just yesterday has been incredible. And while for 3 years that's a long journey on paper, but in reality, when you're moving democracy in the right way, in a more equal, inclusive society, that actually has moved very fast. Even with my own group, where tolerance is no more, where the acts that have been going on for so long are so heightened, and now everybody's aware of it. So it was, I can't remember how many voted, but it was overwhelming in favour. I think bar ID and some in ECR, I think it was an overwhelming in favour, which is incredibly strong. When it comes to funding, though, just to add, and what we do as an intergroup is really continuously highlight whatever about stopping funding going to certain member states. The first person or the first group that are always the ones that are feeling the most impact is often groups like our own. So when money stops going into a certain member state, it stops for the groups that need it the most. So from our side, and I know we've done previous work into that, yes, money does have to, if they're not adhering to fundamental human rights and the values that we have, but we also need to find other ways, this is where Malin is like, nah, but we also need to find other ways that community groups, like LGBTI community groups and other minority groups are still getting access to funding, and that's incredibly important because you can't just stop one funnel and hope that the other funnels will continue to grow. That's not how that works. So it's a tough balancing act, but an overwhelming positive movement in the policies and politics that you mentioned. Great question. I think there's one up the back there. I'll keep going, Miguel, until you tell me no more, right?
Thank you. Hi, I'm Victoria Radványi, the president of Budapest Pride from Hungary.
Hey, welcome. I assume we might see a theme in this question.
Yes. And I'm very happy that it came up. And my question has two parts. I just wanted to go back to what you just said, Maria, about the lack of funding will hurt the LGBTI community, which is not entirely true because in Hungary in the past 5 years, where Fidesz was ruling, Hungarian LGBTQ NGOs have never received a single penny of Euro funding that is distributed by the government. So it was zero before then, and it's going to be zero from now on. So it's like kind of the same situation for us. And the other part is a real question, not a comment. And I'm really happy that Commissioner Daly is also with us here, because I wanted to ask you as politicians if you feel a bit responsible for allowing the Hungary situation to escalate to such an extent that you have to call our country like not a democracy anymore, when the freedom of the press and the freedom of the courts are such in a horrible situation that all those anti-LGBTI laws can pass, which are against our own constitution. These laws wouldn't have passed if we would have a functional and independent constitutional court and independent Supreme Court. We have a head of the Supreme Court who has never served a single day as a judge, but he was appointed to be like a head of the Supreme Court. And whenever we write all these letters and letters to all of you, like sitting in the front rows, we often get the answers that, yes, this is member state responsibility, but, you know, how do you expect the Hungarian people to change the government if most of them don't have access to reliable information sources and live in this reality that is distorted by the oligarchs who own and control the media? So we are very happy about the infringement procedures going on, and we are very happy about the rule of law conditionality. But if you can reflect on like the past 12 years, that what happened before, you know, the Parliament and the Commission started acting like very strongly, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
No, great question. Great question. Does anybody here want to take, or do you want to start with that?
Nice to meet you again, Victoria. I think, well, as part of the team of the European parliamentarians that negotiated the resolution and having through from the report that was last legislature even on Hungary, the Parliament triggered the process against Hungary in the Council, the so-called Article 7 procedure. The Parliament, we have really been working hard to push the Council and the Commission to do their job, but they have not. They have not been doing their job. And on the contrary, there are political forces to the right wing, part of EPP until very recently. Fidesz was held, they were supported, so they could go on. They knew they had the backing to go on and do what they did. And we have to learn from that. And I come from Sweden. We just got a government elected. They are pooling up with the far right. So you asking us to learn from what happened in Hungary, what we let happen in Hungary, I take that very seriously. Because now, we will need the support of countries to say what's happening in Sweden is not okay. It's not okay. So please be vigilant. And we have to protect each other's democracies here.
Yeah, just to add to that, and great to see you. I've never been more proud to be an LGBTI ally and community movement when we marched in Budapest. It was extraordinary, and actually, it's what grassroots movements, what they provided at EuroPride was next to none. Picking up from Malin, we do take it incredibly serious, and the weight of things rolling back, we debate and discuss and feel as an intergroup and as parliamentarians. Now, I often, when I hear myself say those things, I'm like, is she politicizing something that people are going through, and how do you increment change? And I got into politics fundamentally to see quick change. And that's not, unfortunately, how democracy works. But to Malin's point, we are vigilant. We are putting incredible pressure on not just the Commission and the Council, but on other colleagues in the European Parliament who have direct access to leaders, to our own ministers, to our own NGO organisations that are only focusing on maybe a national or local issue, that spreading the wings, as Goran had pointed out, that on an international level we need that support. I'm disheartened to hear that no funding has come through, and that is something actually as an intergroup we can pick up and as I mentioned earlier, try and help and support a route to get funding to organisations like yourself so that you can do exactly what you need to do to protect and support our community in a really incredibly hate-filled government in the European Union. I don't know, does any of other members want to come in on that? And happy to discuss after. No clear answer, but we're with you on that one. We are, and we do feel the incredible weight of lack of indecision or lack of inaction. I'm getting the nod. We were just getting into the flow of things, Miguel. Before I hand over to our beautiful intergroup co-chair, she told me to write. I'd say a couple other nice things about her, but before I pass over, I just wanted to share with you and just say first and foremost thanks to Breffney, Malin, Goran, and Christoph. Can we give them a warm round of applause and thanks? Understandingly, we're a little bit over, so thank you all for gifting us the time. And I hope you feel the amount of love and support in this room for what the days were and what the coming number of days will be, and the fact that the change of this EuroPride is going to be extraordinary. You have catapulted all of us to wake up a little bit more and to understand that minority groups like our own are not safe, and we have to continue to work really, really hard, and the joint up thinking and keep putting on that pressure. Yesterday in the Parliament, I gave a short speech on the fundamental human rights and the rollbacks. And one quote that I had mentioned, I'm a big fan of Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in New York, and I quoted this: "It's not up to us to love parts of people. We love all people, and we are all equal in the eyes of the law." And no better way, I think, to hand over to our intergroup co-chair and the beautiful MEP Terry Renke than that. Ladies and gentlemen, be safe, be well, and be kind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this fantastic panel, and thank you so much to all of you for coming. And can I just start with a couple of personal words, because for me this is a very emotional moment. I have been in this beautiful European capital many times to support the Pride. Sometimes, yes, there were bands already before, but also marching in the streets. And hearing the news now, and I don't want to announce anything, but I think there is a positive development going on, that we will be able tomorrow to march and to, exercise our right to freedom of assembly and to fight for our rights. This is really something that feels fantastic, and I'm very, very happy about that. And I'm also very happy, and I hope that I can talk to all of you and have coffees, to see so many familiar faces, both from the community here, but also from across Europe, obviously, to have our Commissioner for Equality here, Helena Daly. I really have to tell you, there is still a lot of criticism, and very grounded criticism we have about the Commission, but it has made a difference for us in the European Parliament that now we have a Commissioner that is working specifically on equality and LGBTI rights. And I think that this is something that we can also celebrate, that you are there now to really put the pressure where it's needed. And to just briefly come back to the topic of hate crime, because I believe it's very important, and that we see legislation, I'm sorry, a difficult word, move forward, both on the EU level as well as in the context of the Council of Europe. I just wanted to share with you a very small anecdote. I was at a workers' rights demonstration on the 1st of May in my hometown Gelsenkirchen. I was walking back to the station, and I had a rainbow flag with me, and then somebody shouted a slur at me, obviously homophobic slur. And when I was walking past and, thinking about it, and I think you also brought this up, even I, and I'm the co-chair of the Lgbti Intergroup in the European Parliament, I was thinking, should I really report this? Isn't it just going to put me into a situation where I have all this fuss with the police, and then they're going to say that it's irrelevant, something like this? At the end of the day, I reported it. And I think it is important that we, if things like this happen, even if we think they are minor, that we say that this is a problem, that hate speech and hate crime are completely unacceptable, and that we are going to fight for our safety no matter in which context, and that we are going to ask institutions to do the same. But I also wanted to end by commenting a little bit on the considerations that also came from you now in the audience. I think as an intergroup, we have really tried to highlight again and again that there is a backlash going on. It's not only a problem in Serbia, where we have now seen with this ban, and also with a lot of far-right hate-driven movements trying to attack EuroPride, not only in Hungary, but across the European Union, across Europe, and I believe globally, that fundamental rights are under attack, women's rights are under attack, the LGBTI community is under attack. And I think our first and foremost aim is obviously to keep the community safe, to make sure that everybody can live free from violence and free from discrimination, a completely equal life in Europe, everywhere, and across the world. But I think that we also have to learn something from the developments that we have seen in certain countries, and I'm very happy that Vicky was mentioning the situation in Hungary, because I think that we can see that if we don't intervene at the starting point, and very often it's minorities that feel these kind of attacks on democracy and rule of law first, then we are going to have a much more difficult situation when they're actually having power over the judiciary, when the press is already not free anymore. And this is something that I believe now, while we are facing this backlash as a community, but also as Democrats all together, we always have to make sure we have to stand up together for fundamental rights, for democracy and rule of law, here in Serbia, across Europe, everywhere together. And I think then, at the end of the day, even if things might look grim sometimes, we can win. We can live in societies where everybody can live freely and equally. And I hope that tomorrow we are also going to send this message from EuroPride in the streets of Belgrade. Thank you so much. Sorry, I just needed a little hint from our wonderful coordinator, Miguel. There is now a break until 11, and then we are going to come back for discussions here and I think elsewhere as well. So take a coffee and mingle a little bit, and then we come back together. Thank you.
So, because you don't have 6 chairs. So. This thing, if we then bring it upstairs. I'll take a look in the backstage. Yeah. So if you have 6 you can press that. Odgovornicu možemo da maknemo. Hoćeš da povučem ja ovo? Ajde, makni tamo sve. Yeah, is it? I would like to ask everybody to go and sit down because we're going to start very shortly. We're running a bit late already. So in 1 minute we would like to continue the panel.
Miguel.
Okay, I would like to ask everybody to get seated so we can continue with the day. Well, let me first start thanking the organization of EuroPride for doing a fantastic job in, I would say, a rather difficult situation. Goran, thank you so much for all the work that you and your team are doing here. I think everybody here is enjoying, but I also know it's a very hard task to perform, especially with a government that is not as cooperative as the one we had in Denmark. So maybe another round of applause for Goran and his team for all the hard work they're doing. And then a small word of thank you also to the intergroup that we're working with a lot, making sure that the legislators are visible. Now, a very small introduction of the work we're doing. I am Aaron Lefevre, and I am the Deputy Director of the Global Equality Caucus, and we're working with legislators from all over the world, making sure that the voice of legislators is heard at events like these, that legislators are looking across borders to share best practices, to make sure that they're talking with each other and empowering each other. And I think it is a very important role a legislator is playing, and that is why it's so nice that we have a 2-hour panel together with the intergroup here to talk about this role of legislators. But before we go into the panel, I would like to ask Secretary of State or State Secretary Pascal Smit to say a few words, after which we will organize, or we will go into the panel. So.
Thank you, Aaron, for adopting the program, because I was scheduled to be in the panel group, but I'm a member of the Brussels Capital Regional Government, and I'm doing urbanism now, heritage, international relations, European relations. And in a couple of minutes, I'm going to meet the mayor of Belgrade, because Brussels has is going to have a collaboration agreement with Belgrade, and also getting a little bit nervous because we understand that he is organizing after the meeting a big press conference with me. So we don't know what's going to happen, but anyway, so I'm glad to be here with you. And as the one of you who know Brussels, Brussels is the capital region not only of Belgium, but we are also the capital of the European Union. Therefore, we are not always liked in the world, because the European Union is a good thing, of course, but some people, especially in these neighboring countries, see it sometimes as the incarnation of evil, which we are not, because we believe that the European Union is very important in defending human values and defending human rights, and Brussels, as being the capital of the European Union, is the most cosmopolitan city also of Europe, and the second in the world after Dubai. And we became a very open-minded city because we are a city of minorities. A city of minorities, of people who have different religious opinions, of people who have different cultural backgrounds, of people who have different national backgrounds. And in Brussels, we dare everybody to be him or herself in the city. We are not a perfect city, and we never said that we were a perfect city, because although we are an open-minded city, also with people who have different sexual orientations, sometimes things happen to LGBTQ people, and unfortunately that's reality in all societies. But I can say that it's fair enough to say, as being the capital of the European Union, the capital of Belgium, it was one of the most advanced countries in the world for gay rights. You can marry in Belgium, it's the same as a heterosexual marriage, you can adopt people, all the rights are the same. In general, the police is very friendly when something happens to you. It wasn't always like that, but as a former Catholic country, we evolved to something very open-minded. And so I think it happened because people changed in Belgium, and in Brussels particularly, because people understand that being gay is not a choice, it's something that's there. And it's not something that you decide to be or decide to become, although people in this area of Europe tend to believe that you can become gay or something like that, which of course is not like that. It's not a choice, it's a fact, it's something of nature. And accepting being gay, that's a choice. You can accept to be, and then you can probably try to have a very happy life. And if you cannot or not able to accept, then your life will be pretty much complicated. And so I think the message that people in Belgium understood, that it is of course about human rights, but basically it is about love. And people started to understand in Brussels and Belgium that it doesn't matter who you love, as long as you love somebody. And so I think that's the message that should be given to everyone, is that this is a question of human rights, but it has not been, how to say, it's not to be addressed immediately as a human rights issue. It has to be addressed as an issue of love. And I think what happened in Ireland and what happened in Australia, who were very complicated countries for gay rights, from the moment they decided to see it as a human value, as a love thing, it changed public opinion. And I think that's the message that we have to give to the Orthodox Church, to all these people who are trying to use the fact of being gay, LGBTQI, as a thing of the Western world, as something choice, as a lifestyle, things like that, you know, to get an identity crisis and rally political opinions around it. It's a wrong choice because it's provoking hate. So what legislators can do is very simple, is create an environment where people can be who they are, who they want to become, and not judge things. And that's exactly what we have done in Belgium. And we from Brussels, we are here with a big delegation because we believe, as being the capital of Europe, it's important for us to be there where it is difficult. We are here, but we're also in Budapest, we're also in Warsaw, and we try to help and to subsidize sometimes, but to help associations on a government level, but also on association level, to keep up the fight. Because I believe at the end of the day, although human beings can be very mean and societies can be very ugly, at the end of the day, there's always an evolution towards the goodness. And at the end of the day, it will always be all right, but it can take some while. So it is very important for you to know that we, from the Brussels government, are along your side, that we want to fight with you, that we want to defend. That's also the message that I will convey to the mayor of Belgrade later, that it is very important that prides can happen. Because for me, and we have a big Brussels Pride, we have more than 120,000 people who attend now, and in the beginning it was only 10,000 people, so it grew a lot. It has and belongs to the heart of the city. And I think the fact that the national government forbade it here in Belgrade is a big mistake, because an opportunity for Serbia to show love and to show compassion, friendship, how it could be different, and that the pride belongs in a city. Because, and I will end with that, you know, a pride for me is a celebration. Of course, it's a manifestation to ask rights and equal treatment, but at the same time, it should be a celebration of diversity, a celebration of saying we belong to the city and the city belongs to us. After all, we human beings, we want to belong to each other, and the pride is something, an expression of belonging, an expression of love. And it's a little bit, not a little bit, it's a lot unfortunate that this city of this government of this country decided not to allow it, which is very regrettable, and I hope they will change it, and they missed an opportunity to show that they are on the way of love. So that's the message I want to give. We are there for you, we will fight with you, we continue with you, not only Brussels as capital of the European Union, but I think all the European Union member states, and we believe that you are Europe and that we belong together. So thank you very much, have a nice conference, and see you maybe tomorrow. Thank you.
And that brings us to the panel. The panel of this afternoon, or this morning still, the role of legislators working on LGBTI inclusion in the Balkans and the Caucasus region. And without further ado, I would like to invite our panelists. We have 4 panelists today. Firstly, our steering committee members, MP Maya Morachanin from North Macedonia. MEP Terry Reinke from Germany. MP Tamar Kortsaya from Georgia. And of course, MP Biljana Đorđević from Serbia. So before I sit down, our MP from Georgia will speak in Georgian to make sure that, that her point comes across, but we have translation. So Georgie, by all means, please take a seat next to our MP. And then I would say, let's start. So I will go sit down. There we go. Hello? Is it working? Yeah, perfect. So as I said, the panel of today will focus on the role of legislators, but specifically on the role of legislators in this region of Europe. We think it is very important to also show the work they're doing and also show why it is so important to be a legislator in this region fighting for equality. So I will first give each of the legislators 1 minute to give a very quick introduction, after which there will be 20 minutes to 25 minutes of questions from me. And after that, there will be some questions that we can take from the audience. So, Terry? Absolutely. Maya?
Can I use this mic? Yeah, okay. Thank you. So, I'm Maya Morachanin. I'm chair of the Inter-Party Parliamentary Group for Advancing Rights of LGBTI people in the Parliament of North Macedonia. And I'm a member of the steering committee of the Global Equality Caucus. So, yes, I would like, firstly, I'm really very happy to be here, and thanks for having me here today in Belgrade. And it's a really very pleasant feeling to be together with all legislators and LGBT activists and people from the community on Belgrade Pride. And I would like to share maybe later during the debate our experiences as caucus in the Macedonian parliament, which is, I would say, maybe still the only one caucus in the region for LGBTI rights.
Absolutely, and we will absolutely get to talk about that. Thank you, Maya. Biljana?
Hello, everyone. My name is Biljana Đorđević, and I'm a recently elected MP of Coalition Moremo in the Serbian Parliament, and I'm now part of the deputy president of our parliamentary group called Green Left Club, Don't Let Belgrade Drown, Moremo. This is, although elections were in April, basically we have not properly started working yet. We had just one constitutive session and just these 2 days special session on the situation in Kosovo. I'm also a member of a committee for human and minority rights, and have to be precise, equality of sexes. That tells you a lot, and I may explain later on. So I'm still not used to being called politician, because I mean, my identity is more of an academic identity. Otherwise, I would be in an international conference on human rights in academia, or as an activist. But I have to get used to this new role, and hopefully I will be able to actually be a legislator. Although it's very difficult to be a legislator in this country if you're in opposition.
It's fantastic that you're here. Thank you so much. And then I would like to ask our MP from Georgia, Tamar.
Hello everyone, გამარჯობა. მე ვარ თამარ კორძაია. პირველ რიგში ძალიან დიდი მადლობა მაქვს მოწვევისთვის, იმიტომ რომ ჩემთვის ძალიან საამაყოა, როდესაც წარმოვადგენ ქართულად მშობლიურ ენაზე საქართველოს თემის ინტერესებს ამ დიდ ღონისძიებაზე და შემიძლია ევროპაში ვისაუბრო იმ პრობლემებზე, რაც აქვს LGBT თემის წარმომადგენლებს საქართველოში. ასევე იმაზე თუ რა გავაკეთეთ და როგორი ძვრები გვაქვს უმნიშვნელო, მაგრამ წინსვლა ქვეყანაში, იმიტომ რომ რაღაცეებზე ხმის ამოღებას ვახერხებთ და ასევე მინდა ბოდიში მოგიხადოთ, იმიტომ რომ ჩემი საუბრის გამო, ჩემს ენაზე თქვენ ცოტათი მეტ დროს წაგართმევთ ვიდრე სხვა მოხსენებლებს.
Hello, I'm Tamar Korzaya, representing Parliament of Georgia. She's honored to be here to speak, to address in Georgian and speak also on LGBT rights, underline some of the progresses that we have, and also apologies for taking a bit longer because of the translation.
Well, it's nevertheless very important to have legislators from different countries, even if English is not the first spoken language or not spoken at all, because we need to include every single legislator in the fight we're having. If we don't give opportunities like this to MPs like Tamar, I think we're missing out on a lot of good conversations that we should have. So thank you so much, Tamar, for being here. It's a great honor for us. Teddy, may I give you the microphone for a few words?
Thank you very much, and thank you for organizing this. I just thought that obviously the parliamentarians from the region should go first. And as an addition, you have me. I'm Terry Reintke. I'm a European member of the European Parliament, and I was elected in Germany. And I'm the co-chair of the Lgbti Intergroup that has already been introduced in the previous panel. And obviously, I think there are maybe two entry points because we work a lot on legislative initiatives, obviously in terms of the European Union, but we also work on the progress reports and the engagement with the countries, specifically in the Western Balkans, but also in the South Caucasus. And as an intergroup, we are always trying to obviously highlight LGBTI rights in this. And I think from the perspectives of your realities and then what the European Parliament can also do, it can be interesting to exchange. But also, obviously, we as an intergroup ourselves, what we can do to foster, because I think the North Macedonian example is really great, to work together with intergroups, caucuses, working on LGBTI rights in different parliaments to mingle across national, regional parliaments. And I think that the Global Equality Caucus obviously can play a very important role here. So I'm very, very happy that we are here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Teddy. Then I would like to start with the questions, and I think, Biljana, I would like to start with you. Of course, we're in your beautiful country. a lot has happened in the last couple of weeks. We've seen different government statements changing constantly. So could you explain a little bit more about the situation as it is right now in Serbia, but also your ideas of an event like EuroPride taking place here in your country, in Serbia, in Belgrade?
Wow, it is difficult to explain. I think I'll try to be brief because it's not, of course, just about EuroPride, although we are now here at this event and this is the most important thing. But you know, it's a wider discussion about the state of democracy, human rights and rule of law in this country, but also globally. The interesting thing is that we have now for the third time a candidate for Prime Minister, Ana Brnabić. She will probably elected in a couple of weeks, or I don't know, whenever they decide to use the entire space time that they have legally to present members of the government to the parliament. So she will be, for the third time, Prime Minister. She is a lesbian woman. Some would say openly lesbian, but that's also questionable because, you know, what is openly and how she presents herself. She also is the person who said, I don't want to be a gay Prime Minister, you know, I want to be labeled by that. So we clearly have a play between something that is descriptive representation of a person who does not actually do anything for the community, and at the same time, extreme right groups and political options that say now LGBT community has their representative and then they should blame her for everything. And of course, entire mess is because also you cannot actually have a president who has no jurisdiction on banning EuroPride, saying, I'm saying this because I have the highest legitimacy in the country being directly elected, and I want to actually protect the government from doing that, because government is also not the one who can say that, you know. There are some laws and they should be respected. So everything is in reverse, and now we have basically legalization of what president has said. And this is not the first time, this is not the first event, this is not the first right of freedom of assembly that has been banned in this country. But this is something, when it comes to pride, that has been repeated over years. Why now this is so controversial? Not controversial. Why now this has blown up so disproportionately? Because we had some successful prides. Again, I have to say, what is successful? You know, whether this was really the one, you know, the prides that we wanted to be completely free. Probably not, but they have taken place, and there were no violence. Police protected protesters. And so we've seen that this can happen in this country and in this city. So the fact that we have seen this means that I don't really believe that we cannot see this again. Nothing has changed in that regard. What has changed is that this is a EuroPride, and it's also changed that there's other tensions, other political reasons. I don't have time to go into this, that I think this became basically something that is used, you know, for compensation for other things. Yeah. At the same time, we have the narrative of our president who at the same time bans illegally EuroPride, but at the same time he has some conciliatory messages that are important coming from his position. I don't think this is sufficient. I don't praise this. I want to be very clear. But it is interesting that he's changing his narrative and saying LGBT community, these are our sisters, they are members of our family, still EuroPride should be banned. Yeah. You know, so we have this type of conflicting messages, and so it's obvious for me that they have to play different political roles to address different political audiences, but the biggest problem is that nothing is according to our constitution, it's according to our legislation, according to some formal rules. Now, I'm saying this as a new MP. I think my duty is to protect the integrity of the institutions, especially of the Parliament. And in such a role, I can explain this. You know, this is how our country has been functioning for a while. This is no longer a democracy. We say all this. But as a member of a parliament, I have to protect at least what is written in these legislation. Not all of these are great. Our constitution has also some problems. It does not say, it says equality of sexes. That's why the committee I'm a member of says equality of sexes, not gender equality. But still, This is something we have, and it still gives a lot of legal protection to people in Serbia. At least we should have that, and then fight for the next steps.
Thank you. Maya, how does this relate to the situation in North Macedonia when we look at what is happening in Serbia?
Yes, of course, that there is a correlation because we are like neighbor countries, and there is a big influence in the Macedonian society, which comes from Serbia, and Serbia official statements are, very affordable, let's say, for the citizens in North Macedonia. And but when we are talking about LGBT rights, I would not say that there is influence, because also today I can see a lot of NGOs, activists for LGBTI from North Macedonia, me personally also being here. So I think that there is a difference, which regarding this Biljana was talking about. And mainly it is due to the activism of civic organizations, because we really have very strong NGOs regarding these human rights and LGBTI rights people. And of course, we as a caucus work together with NGOs. Actually, the whole idea of forming a caucus in the parliament came from the civic organization. And that's why we made this progress and success. And when we are talking about Pride, for example, now we had like the third Pride, like it's not too many, but it was very successful Pride. In Skopje, there was no violence, nothing, any incident at all during the Pride, before, after that. So we had also MEPs being on Skopje Pride, a lot of activists from the region and from all over Europe, and that was really very, let's say, celebrating the diversity and, of course, protesting for advancement of human rights of LGBTI people. I would not say that we're, we have done everything. We are far from that. A lot of work still to be done. So I can also mention that maybe in the last year or two, there is a little bit, like backlash, like going a little bit more, not forward, but in the back, which we were also very negatively surprised, but not by not passing the law for legal gender recognition. There, I know that you're familiar with that. We had also your support, but yeah, sometimes we win. So we have a very good law against discrimination from 2020. We have a commission, which is independent institutional body and very professional, which is great. Also, we've passed in the parliament a lot of amendments on the law for media, also criminal code, which explicitly included sexual orientation and gender identity as a basis of discrimination, which was not the case before. So big steps forwards were made during these like 4 or 5 years, but still we have a lot of work ahead. So this is like the situation. But I would not say that something could be, done and that will last forever. So maybe this is something we should all have in mind, because we can see that also the progress that has been made in the past in some other countries now is facing some processes that are moving backward. And that's why we actually have to get together, all of us, legislators, activists, from the civic organizations, from the LGBTI community, like human rights defenders, and get together, join our forces, and keep what we have already succeeded to be done, but also, of course, move forward to advance human rights of LGBTI people.
Yeah, and I'm very happy that you mentioned, absolutely. No, absolutely. And I'm very happy that you mentioned this collaboration with civil society organizations, because this is a very important connection to be made between our legislators and the people that are working on the ground to change the situation in their country. And what I can already recommend to everybody here is speak to the legislators. They don't even have to be from your country. They actually like to speak. I know that it sometimes might be a bit scary to approach them, but they're here for you, to listen to you, to talk with you, to engage with you. So don't feel shy to come up to them, because they actually would like to hear what is happening in your country, and they would actually like to speak with you about these situations. Now, I want to shift to another part of, I would say, the wider Europe, because we have our legislator from Georgia working in very different circumstances than, I would say, in the Balkans. So, Tamar, could you elaborate a little bit on the situation in Georgia, and also maybe a little bit about the collaboration with civil society organizations like Georgie's in Georgia?
Thank you. პირველ რიგში მინდა გითხრათ, რომ გიორგის მინდა გადავხადო მადლობა, იმიტომ რომ აქ თარგმნის და გიორგი ყველაზე სერიოზული აქტივისტია საქართველოში და რომელიც პრინციპში ყველაზე დიდ საქმეს აკეთებს თავის მეგობრებთან ერთად საქართველოში.
I don't want to translate this. She was basically like praising me as an activist, so it was just. But thank you. But actually, so I will use this moment, and instead of translating that, I will say that Tamuna was probably one of the most outspoken politician who got a lot of backlash because of being a human rights champion in Georgian politics, in Georgian parliament, and up until now she remains as one of the most vocal persons in Georgian politics. So I'm actually really honored and happy that she's also here today. And yes.
So are we.
სიტუაციის აღსაწერად აუცილებელია ვახსენო, რომ გარდამტეხი მომენტი საქართველოში იყო 2014 წელი, როდესაც საქართველოს პარლამენტმა მიიღო კანონი, ანტიდისკრიმინაციული კანონი და მე მიხარია, რომ გამიმართლა და იმოწევის პარლამენტში ვიყავი ამ პროცესების მონაწილე.
I would like to start with the 2014 when Georgian Parliament adopted the anti-discrimination legislation, and I was part of this process, and I was honored that I played some role in the adoption of this document.
ანტიდისკრიმინაციული კანონის მიღების ვალდებულება ჰქონდა ასოცირების ხელშეკრულების ფარგლებში და ტრადიციულად რუსული ნარატივის ფარგლებში ანტიდისკრიმინაციული კანონის მიღებას ეწინააღმდეგებოდნენ ეგრეთ წოდებული ნაციონალური ძალები, დღეს ჩვენ მათ სიძულვილის ჯგუფებს ვეძახით, იმ მოტივით, რომ ეს ნაციონალურ იდენტობას დაგვაკარგვინებდა.
The process of adoption the anti-discrimination legislation was happening within the scope of EU association agreement and the European integration and the responsibilities that Georgian government took before the European institutions. But the process was, of course, facing the backlash from the nationalistic forces in Georgian politics.
და ამ წინააღმდეგობის ფარგლებში მათ მხარს უჭერდა მართლმადიდებლური ეკლესია, რომელიც საკმაოდ ძლიერია საქართველოში და რომელიც ძალიან კარგად თანამშრომლობს ხელისუფლებასთან.
And in this process, important is to note that Georgian Orthodox Church was supporting this nationalistic movements and itself. And also the Russian disinformation, which was an important part in the process, as sort of agents of Russian disinformation is often a Georgian Orthodox Church in the local context.
ერთი სიტყვით ჩვენ ვიყავით ასეთი მძლავრი წინააღმდეგობის წინაშე, სადაც ნაციონალური იდენტობა ებრძოდა პირობითად გენდერულ იდენტობას, იმიტომ რომ ამ სიტყვის ამოღებას ითხოვდნენ კანონიდან, პრინციპულად და ეს შინაარს გამოაცლიდა კანონს და ძალიან დიდი ბრძოლები ჰქონდა პარლამენტში, რომელიც პრინციპში მოვიგებთ, მაგრამ ამან სხვა პრობლემები წარმოქმნა.
The process was also about the terminology. These nationalistic groups were fighting to omit gender identity from the document, so it was an important moment to make sure that this terminology was also included in this legislation.
და სიტუაციის განსამუხტად პრემიერ-მინისტრმა თქვა, რომ ანტიდისკრიმინაციულ კანონს მივიღოთ, მხარი დაუჭიროთ და სამაგეროდ საქართველოს კონსტიტუციაში შევწვრილეთ და ჩავწერთ, რომ ქორწინება ეს არის ქალი და კაცი.
So the consolation, the way the process went was that basically the terminology stayed in the document. The Prime Minister made the statement that the document would have been adopted, but in exchange they would define marriage as a union between man and a woman in the constitution, which happened later basically.
და ამ დროს დაიწყო პრობლემები, იმიტომ რომ ჩვენ მივიღეთ ანტიდისკრიმინაციული კანონი, მაგრამ პრემიერ-მინისტრმა გადაწყვიტა რეალურად თავისი პირობის შესრულება და ამ გადაწყვეტილებამ პრინციპში ძალიან ბევრი პარტია, ძალიან ბევრი არა, ჩვენი პარტია, პირადად ჩემი პარტია დაანგრია.
So the Prime Minister made the decision to adopt this document, but it also caused side effects. For instance, it pretty much ruined the political party that Tamar was representing, the Republican Party, which was a champion to adopt this legislation, but also faced a lot of difficulties because of being supportive to this document.
პარტიაში ძალიან ძლავრი დისკუსია იყო, უნდა მოგვეწერა თუ არა კონსტიტუციის ცვლილებებისთვის ხელი. ბოლოს გადაწყდა, რომ უნდა ყოფილა, ბოლოს იყო მსჯელობა იმაზეც კი, რომ უნდა ყოფილიყო თავისუფალი კენჭისყრა პარტიის შიგნით, რის წინააღმდეგაც პერსონალურად გამოვედი და მიმაჩნდა, რომ არ შეიძლება ადამიანის უფლებები იყოს თავისუფალი კენჭისყრის ნაწილი იმ პარტიის შიგნით, რომელიც ლიბერალური ღირებულებებით გამოდის საზოგადოების წინაშე.
So there was a big discussion within the Republican Party in Georgia to like how to act on this piece of legislation, and at some point they were considering to have a free voting within the political party, and Tamar went against it personally, claiming that we can't put the fundamental human rights on the free voting, and it was a matter of principle.
ჩემმა პოზიციამ გაიმარჯვა, მაგრამ ამის შემდეგ ნახევარმა წევრებმა პარტია დატოვეს.
Well, her position won basically, so it was not the free voting, but then half of the party basically left the political party as a result of this.
მაგრამ მე ვთვლი, რომ ეს მაინც გამარჯვება იყო, იმიტომ რომ პოზიციების მკაფიობა ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია მსგავსი საკითხების გადაწყვეტისას.
But she thinks that it's still a victory because it's important to have a firm position in the situation like this, and then thanks to this process, we have now a decent piece of anti-discrimination legislation.
ამის შემდეგ, რა თქმა უნდა, მომდევნო პარლამენტში ჩვენი პარტია ვერ მოხვდა.
And unfortunately, in the next parliament, Republican Party was no longer represented because, as a consequence of the entire process, they got a lot of reputational damage.
ძალიან ბევრი შეიძლება ვილაპარაკოთ საქართველოს არსებულ ვითარებაზე, მაგრამ ზოგადად შემიძლია ერთი რამ თქვა, რომ მაშინ, როდესაც ვერ მოვხვდით, ჩვენ გვყავდა კანდიდატი ადგილობრივი თვითმმართველობის არჩევნებში, პირველი შემთხვევა იყო და მე არ განმეორებულა სამწუხაროდ, ლესბოსელი კანდიდატი, რომელიც ღიად ჩვენი პარტიის სახელით იყრიდა კენჭს საკრებულოში ადგილობრივ დონეზე.
Even though they were not represented in the parliament, what happened was that the Republican Party made a rather bold decision and nominated openly lesbian woman, a human rights activist, as a candidate on local elections, which was the very first and up until now the last case of political representation from the community within the political spectrum.
და მე მინდა აღნიშნო, რომ აი ამ საარჩევნო კამპანიის შემდეგ უკვე პოლიტიკოსების მხრიდან ღია თავდასხმა ლგბტ თემის წარმომადგენლებზე სირცხვილია და ცუდი ტონია. ეს გარდატეხა მნიშვნელოვანი იყო.
It was a huge step, and one thing that should be noted that after this election campaign, basically in the Georgian politics, using homophobic language and generally using instrumentalizing LGBT rights became sort of embarrassing or like unaccepted.
და ზოგადად ვითარება ასეთია და ამით დავასრულებ, რომ არ გავაგზავნოთ დღითიხანს საქართველოში ზიზღზე აგებული პოლიტიკა არ მუშაობს, იმიტომ რომ ყველა კანდიდატი, რომელიც თავის არჩევნო კამპანიას აგებდა ლგბტ თემის წინააღმდეგ, იმაზე რომ ეს ეროვნული იდენტობის წინააღმდეგ არის, ვერ იღებს ხმებს.
It's important to underline that what our history has shown in the past couple of years, every political candidate who was using homophobia and transphobia as their campaign highlights, none of them managed to succeed, and this is a clear sign that there is no space for hateful campaigns in Georgian politics.
მაგრამ როგორც წესი, ასეთი პოლიტიკური ჯგუფები არიან ხელისუფლების მხარდაჭერი და ამით სარგებლობს ხელისუფლება, იმიტომ რომ თუ მათ არ აძლიერებს და არ ეხმარება, აფერხებს ლგბტ თემის უფლებების დაცვას და ეს არის პრობლემა ძირითადი რაც გვაქვს.
And the big problem is that government up until now still continues instrumentalizing LGBT rights for different purposes for their political gains, basically.
და მთავარი გამოწვევა რაც გვაქვს, ეს არის რომ პოლიტიკოსებმა საქართველოში უნდა გავიაზროთ, რომ შეეწინააღმდეგო ამ სიძულვილს ეს არის ვალდებულება და შექმნა გარემოება, სადაც ადამიანი იქნება თავს იგრძნობს ბედნიერად, ეს არის ჩვენი ვალდებულება.
The most important takeaway from this is that every politician in Georgia should realize that fundamental rights is important, and we should do our best to basically ensure that every person's human right is protected and everyone is entitled to have a happy and dignified life.
Absolutely. And then, Teddy, European Union, European Parliament, as the co-chair of the Intergroup, you're doing a lot in this region of Europe as well. I mean, it's not only European Union, but it's also the countries that are hopefully in the future being part of the European Union. We are very interested to hear a little bit about what the Intergroup is exactly doing in this region and also why it is so important to have an Intergroup on LGBTI inclusion.
Thanks a lot, and let me really start by, I think, echoing something that everybody has said, because for me it's important that it's not just, a talking point. In the Intergroup, we really all share one thing. We are from different political backgrounds, we are from different political parties, we are from different member states, but I think for all of us, the number one issue is that we want to really represent what the community wants, because we know that activists, civil society organizations, the people that really stand in the front line are the ones that know the situation the best, and we want to support their work. And I'm not just saying this because it sounds nice, because I know a lot of you are activists and you're from civil society organizations, but because this is really the basis of our work. And we work very closely together with ILGA, with TGU, I see an OII crowd here, ELC, and also with then civil society and activist groups in the respective countries, because for us that is really the starting point of what we are doing. And if there is something that the community asks us to do, then this is sort of like the start of the working that we are doing. And I'm sorry if I'm going to be a little bit technical, but I really want everybody in this room to understand, and then also to be able to use us as an intergroup if there is something that you would like to put up. So the intergroup, we are around, I don't have the number exactly, 156, thank you. This was Mark, my wonderful co-chair. 156 members. We come from all member states in the European Union, as I said, from all democratic political parties in the European Parliament. That's unfortunately not all the groups in the European Parliament. And what we do, obviously, we work very much on legislation inside of the EU, but we are also focusing on work that has to do, for example, with accession procedures. Countries that already have candidate status, where negotiations are ongoing, or where they're just about to start. And we also work with countries that are working with the EU on the basis of association agreements, or also in terms of neighborhood policies. And we are basically monitoring all of the reports, the work that is being done. We are not in the driving seat, because very often it's the European Commission, so the European External Action Service, that is basically pushing this, but we are monitoring everything. And if there are issues that we feel should be mentioned with regards to LGBTI rights, we bring this into the progress reports, we bring this into parliament resolutions, and I must say very often these are things that are highlighted by the community on the ground. So really the activists or parliamentarians from the regions come to us, and then we are trying to voice this. And we, I say, as you know, MEPs, we're an intergroup, but most of the work is actually done by Miguel. Miguel, maybe you can stand up for one moment. Miguel is our wonderful coordinator. And Aaron was saying that you should talk to the legislators, but also do talk to Miguel, because he's really the one to do the magic and then get things going. And I just wanted to give you a couple of ideas so that you can really feel what you can also push for or what you can get out of us. We made a number of very successful amendments. For example, when it comes to North Macedonia, Maya already mentioned, we worked on the legal gender recognition. We did not only push for this in the reports, but we also wrote a letter as an intergroup. On Serbia, we called for the adoption of same-sex partnerships, and we got this in. On Kosovo, also inclusion of same-sex partnerships, but also condemning hate speech, the topic that we just discussed. So we have a number of, I think, very successful examples of how we got amendments in, and this could then very often be used by parliamentarians in the respective countries or the community to say we need to move forward on this. Obviously, this is only possible because, and I want to say this, in the European Parliament so far, I mean, we've spoken about the attack of far-right parties, but so far we have a very stable LGBTI human rights majority, and this is something that we really want to keep, and we are working towards that also for 2024. And I think that this is then, if there are specific things regarding legislation, but also, for example, regarding prides that are being banned, that are being attacked, we work very closely with the organizers of Tbilisi Pride as well. Do get in touch with us if there is something that you need. We are really there for you to, you know, highlight issues that are important for what you are doing on the ground. And I wanted to mention one last thing, because I was in Bulgaria recently, and there we spoke with some activists, and they seemed to be very surprised about this. So the European Parliament is a parliament where obviously parliamentarians debate. So for example, if you would like a specific issue that is very prominent in your country to be debated in the European Parliament, obviously we can also try to push for having plenary debates or writing letters or using also non-legislative tools in order to move this forward and to create a visibility around this. Really, again, I'm very happy that we are going to have the next couple of hours and the next couple of days to then also get to know each other. We are there to, you know, support what is happening in the community, to support you, and especially also when it comes to accession countries, but also if you come from a country of the neighborhood policy, really do get in touch with us. Thank you very much.
Yes, Daly, thank you so much. Looking at the time, I would like to give each of the legislators a short end note, because we are actually already running over time. But what I am really interested in is, why should people here in the room think about becoming a legislator? Because, I mean, we're talking with you as legislators. I mean, Biljana, you just got elected. I think it is important that people think about a role as a legislator in order to change legislation. And I'm really interested in hearing from all of you, why should activists, why should allies think of becoming a politician to change the situation of our community? Maya, may I start with you?
Yes, this is a difficult question. So, yeah, because it's not easy to be a legislator, to be honest. So I have this experience for like 5 years being a member of the parliament. And why? I can say my personal experience and opinion on this. Because being in the institution is actually the only way how you can really influence and make a change. Because yes, it's fine when we're outside of the institution, protesting, being activists, lobbying for some changing, but in the end, this change to happen, it has to be done in some institution. On national level, yes, that is the parliament. And when I was thinking about myself becoming an MP and being more active in formal political life of the country, that was actually my idea. I said, okay, so someone has to do the change, and the change can be made in the institution. So if I'm really committed on making the change, then I have to really do my best, and I'm still trying to do that, and make the change in the institution. Of course, you cannot be alone in this process in order to make success, and that's why I'm so grateful to other colleagues, MPs, but especially to NGOs who are very supportive, especially in these human rights issues, LGBTI rights topics. So I'll be honest, we couldn't have done this success without the whole support from NGOs. So that is my idea how the change, positive change in the society could be made together, all of us, activists, NGOs, politicians, committed to this positive change in the society.
Thank you so much. Biljana?
I'll continue where Maya stopped because I agree with all of this. One thing that we hear in Serbia every day by our political elite is, if you don't like something, go to elections and you have to win. You know, that is the message. Whatever you think it's wrong, the law is breached, human rights breached, violated, you have to go to elections. And then we said, okay, let's go to elections. I come from an organization that is actually civil society. You know, we were civic initiative fighting a Belgrade waterfront project that destroyed our city and entire state because it's a national project. It seemed like a single issue fight, but then it became bigger and bigger and everything became interlinked. The reason why I think we need people in civil society, we need activists, and it's excellent to have them, to have people, and both in institutions and in the streets. Of course, there is not enough people for all these jobs, so at some point, it turned out that in Serbia everybody wanted to be in the streets, but nobody wanted to be in institutions. And then there is nobody, you know, to be your ally, you know. Even though you might still be in a position, you need an ally in these institutions. And then we decided, okay, we'll be these people. We are completely inexperienced, but we'll try to do something different. We have to first learn how these institutions work and then try to change them. But I would give you just one more reason. It's because all of us started from particular struggles, and then we added other struggles and other struggles. When you are in institutions, you have to link them all together. Yes, you can specialize in particular issues, but at some point you have to vote about different things, have to think about different things, and then I think it gives you better arguments to discuss with ordinary people in the streets and convince them why this single issue is so important, because it's never just a single issue. But we sometimes, because we are so much deep into this, we don't know how to connect it with other struggles. And I think that is the best reason, and I invite everybody to join an organization that they believe in. We are building such a political organization. We want to build a different political organization, different political party. Hopefully we will succeed in this, but that is the only way. We have to win power.
Yeah, absolutely. Tamar?
პირველ რიგში მინდა ვთქვა, რომ მეც ისევე როგორც ჩემი კოლეგები სამოქალაქო საზოგადოებიდან მოვხდი პოლიტიკაში. რაც ასევე ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია იმის განსაზღვრისთვის, თუ რას აკეთებ პოლიტიკაში. ყველაზე მნიშვნელოვანი ჩემი რწმენით არის ის, რომ პოლიტიკაში მოდიხარ იმიტომ, რომ დაიცვა ადამიანის უფლებები.
As my colleagues, I also ended up in politics from the civil society, and it is important to underline that the most important aspect, probably why we come to politics, is to protect human rights.
ყველაზე რთული არის ბრძოლა, მაგალითად, შინაგან საქმეთა სამინისტროსთან, უსაფრთხოების სამსახურთან, იმიტომ რომ ისინი უსაფრთხოების ინტერესებიდან გამომდინარე, მუდმივად ცდილობენ შეზღუდონ ადამიანის უფლებები.
The most difficult part is to deal with the Minister of Internal Affairs and generally the law enforcement entities, because they always try to limit the human rights.
და ჩემი მისია მგონია რომ ამ პარლამენტშიც რომ მათ კარგად გავაგებინო რომ არსებობს ადამიანის უფლებები და უსაფრთხოება არის მის სამსახურში. უსაფრთხოება არსებობს იმისთვის რომ ადამიანები იყვნენ თავისუფალი, ბედნიერი და თანასწორი.
And my role as a legislator, also in this parliament, is to convey this message to these law enforcement institutions that protection human rights is of the primary importance.
რაც რა თქმა უნდა არ არის მარტივი თანამედროვე სამყაროში, თანამედროვე გამოწვევების პირობებში, მაგრამ მე მაინც მჯერა და ალბათ ასე ვიქნები მუდამ, რომ პოლიტიკის საფუძველი და საერთოდ ყველაფერი არსებობს იმიტომ, რომ ადამიანის უფლებები იყოს დაცული.
It is difficult to make it happen, but I firmly believe that the very foundation of being in politics is to protect the fundamental rights of human beings.
Exactly. Daly, may I ask you for a few last words?
I mean, absolutely what they said, so I just can subscribe to all of this, but maybe I want to take a little bit of a different note, because I know that there are also many people from the community here. And I mean, for me, I'm in a relationship with a woman, with a wonderful woman. Hopefully many of you are going to meet her. Her name is Mélanie Vogel, and she's a French senator. And we discussed a lot about, you know, we are both parliamentarians, we are both legislators, like, are we going to publicly show that we are in a relationship with each other? And I don't know, we discussed about it, and one of the things that really struck me in this discussion, that I want to be openly out, you know, being in a lesbian relationship and being a politician, was that I was thinking back at the time when I was maybe 13, 14, you know, maybe my puberty wasn't the easiest. I had a lot of issues I was going through, and, you know, especially then, you know, the whole question of what is my sexual orientation and where am I, who am I, all of this. And I felt if I had been 14 and I had seen people, you know, everywhere, in politics, in academics, in the media, and I could have seen that it is something that is just accepted and even appreciated in society, that we are all different, that there are lesbians, there are gays, there are inter, there are trans people, and this is something that enriches our society, and these people would have been visible to me. This would have changed so much in my life as a 14-year-old girl. And I know that I'm just a very very small piece of this, but I hope that with also having visible people from the community being in politics, this can make a difference for a lot of young people, for children, for everybody in society who might feel different and maybe not as accepted. So I think all of this, fighting for it, but also let's be visible and let's be proud about who we are. We are a wonderful, diverse, rich community, and I think this should be seen everywhere in society. Thank you.
Daly, thank you so much. I have to look at Goran if we have a little bit more time, or from anybody of the organization, because I know that we're going a little bit over time. Okay, we don't have a lot more time, but then I'm gonna finish with the panel. We have one closing remark that I would really like to invite to the stage, and that is our colleague Daniel Kalesi, who's the co-director of the LGBTI Equality Rights Association for the Western Balkans and Turkey, for a few words at the lantern, and then we're going to end the panel. I know that I promised questions from the audience. As we ran over time, I would definitely recommend everybody that has questions to go ask these questions to the legislators. They're here to answer these questions, and I really would like you to invite to ask them. Daniel?
Yes? Okay. I will be short.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your work on behalf of ERA as a regional LGBTIQ network operating in 9 countries in the Western Balkans and Turkey. And I would like to use this opportunity to... Mike, is it better? Good, thank you. I would like to use this opportunity to encourage you to work more in this region. We need legislators to be better organized, more active, more presence, in order to keep the change that is in danger now in the Western Balkans and Turkey, as we all know that we are facing the anti-gender movement anti-abortion movement, anti-human rights movements, and there are a lot of Russian influence here going on, and we are fighting with the enemy with unlimited resources. So your work is, I believe, more than ever important now in this region. Thank you for your work and looking forward for collaboration.
Thank you so much, Daniel. And I think rounding up the panel, this is basically a task for the legislators here. How can we, across borders, make sure that we establish these platforms, we talk more with each other, we don't only concentrate on the politics in our own country, but also look for these best practices between the different legislators, make sure that you talk to each other. And I think, and that is again a very big thank you to EuroPride, that a stage like this is extremely important, because we need to keep on discussing the rights we have, and we need to make sure that our legislators that are here are doing everything to pass these rights that we deserve, because we're asking nothing more than just being equal as everybody else. So I would like to thank everybody for being here. It's fantastic to have such a full room of people listening to our legislators. And again, if you have any questions, and there's also some here in the room, please meet the legislators, talk to them, and make sure that they listen to you and hear your questions and concerns. So thank you very much. Thank you very much to our legislators. And I think, but I'm gonna look at the organization. There will be a break now, but I don't know how long it is for. Oh, there will be no break. I'm sorry, nobody gets a break.
Good afternoon. Yes? No? Okay, I can use this. Yeah. So just a short announcement. We will not have a coffee break now. We'll proceed with closing remarks, and after that we'll have lunch here in the lobby. So just please stay in the room. Vamos. Pa na sredinu. Pazi. Da, sad... Isključuje se. Hello, everybody. Can we start? So my name is Filip Lukic, and I serve as the head of communications of EuroPride 2022. Thank you for being with us all these days here at Youth Center of Belgrade, at Pride House. And this is the ending of the Human Rights Conference, International Human Rights Conference. And I would like to proceed with closing remarks. So we'll have a number of speakers now addressing the audience. And I would like to give the floor to our special guest today, EU Commissioner for Equality, Helena Daly.
Good afternoon, and it's a great pleasure for me to be here and to listen to your contributions to the various panels. I stand for a Europe that cares, that protects the human rights for everyone, and that understands that love is love for all, and that there are no rules on who we should love. At this Human Rights EuroPride conference, I reiterate that LGBTIQ rights are human rights, and all human rights are LGBTIQ rights. Equality and human rights are inextricable. No tradition, culture, or belief system may be invoked to undermine that. Instead, human rights have to inform our societies and challenge discrimination, whether it is perpetrated by individuals or whether it is structural. And this applies both within the European Union and outside of it. Whilst the EU has very high standards in the field, we know that fundamental rights are not always equally applied. Efforts and resolute action to protect fundamental rights and ensure equality for all are therefore crucial. In this context, the Commission has adopted the first ever LGBTIQ equality strategy in 2020. This strategy is based on a vision of a Europe where people in all their diversity are equal, where they are free to pursue their life regardless of their sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, or sex characteristics. The strategy also looks at the situation of LGBTIQ people in the world and the EU's resolve to promote equality for the LGBTIQ community internationally. We are working hard to ensure the strategy's full implementation. For instance, and as announced in the strategy, this year the Commission will present a law to strengthen the role and independence of equality bodies which play a pivotal role in assisting victims of discrimination. We will also propose a law to ensure that the established legal bond between parents and their children in one member state is automatically recognized in all EU countries. But we cannot succeed alone. Action for LGBTIQ equality must also happen at local, municipal, and national level, as it is not only the responsibility of the European Commission, of course. This is why we call on member states to adopt their own national LGBTIQ equality strategies. Meanwhile, we are vigilant with regard to instances of discrimination that run counter to EU law and have taken action with regard to the promulgation of the so-called LGBT-free zones. Through dialogue with the respective authorities, we are turning the situation around, and the European Commission has supported the European Parliament's call for the EU to become one large LGBTIQ freedom zone. Similarly, we have acted against restrictions on publication of material that is inclusive of LGBTIQ issues and situations, and the obligation to publish a disclaimer on books with LGBTIQ content for minors, as this violates existing EU legislation and the Charter of Fundamental Rights. Our equality commitment also extends beyond EU borders. The EU will continue to advance its global leadership in protecting the universality and indivisibility of human rights for all, including, of course, LGBTIQ people. This implies paying particular attention to the engagement with third countries in the framework of the EU's enlargement and neighborhood policies. As part of the actors to be mobilized, the contribution of human rights defenders and civil society organizations is essential in this respect. They help us, policymakers, to be duly informed of the needs and challenges of LGBTIQ people and contribute to the identification of how we can assist through our policies, legislation, and funding. I am very aware of the key role played by human rights organizations to address LGBTIQ-specific concerns in the context of the pandemic and the war in Ukraine. Therefore, the LGBTIQ equality strategy aims at fostering an enabling environment for civil society organizations. The EuroPride is an excellent annual occasion for us to stand up for equality and rights for all. It is only by working together and by sharing our expertise, as we have been seeing this morning, that we will succeed in turning the tide and bringing tangible chance for more equal and inclusive societies. Today's conference, bringing together so many important stakeholders, civil society organizations from the Western Balkans and around Europe, intergovernmental and governmental representatives, politicians, and all of us who are committed to stamp out LGBTIQ phobia. We will be successful in our quest for equality, as love is stronger than hate. I thank you.
Thank you very much for those inspiring words. Now I would like to invite one of the strongest allies of LGBTI plus community in Serbia for many years, Commissioner for Human Rights, Council of Europe, Dunja Mijatović.
Dobar dan, Belgrade. Dobar dan, Serbia. Dear colleagues, dear EuroPride organizers, dear activists, dear friends, dear Helena, dear Gordana. The EuroPride 2022 has gone through a lot of ups and downs, as we know. It began in 2019, as you all know, on a very positive note, when this pan-European event was attributed for the first time to a country in southeastern Europe with the support of the Serbian authorities. This was a strong signal that equality was making strides, finally. But over the past few weeks, EuroPride has faced political backtracking, displays of hate, and even a ban on the march. And yet, we are here in Belgrade, members of the LGBTI community, members of the international organizations, diplomats, supporters, activists, all of us showing determination to advance equal rights for LGBTI people despite the adversity. Like that's something particularly different. It was immediately clear to me that EuroPride in Belgrade would be of great significance. I have stood with you through the uncertainty of the last weeks, pressing all the time for the respect of rights to freedom of assembly and freedom of expression. Nothing spectacularly different than that. I have used my mandate to push for a successful EuroPride through multiple contacts with the Serbian authorities at the highest level, in close coordination with the organizers and other stakeholders. Looking back at what happened, it strikes me that this EuroPride is a perfect allegory for the struggle toward equal human rights for LGBTI people in Europe and beyond. We may have hoped for a linear arc of progress, but the reality is that gains are followed by setbacks, which are then overcome again. What else? The fight to secure respect for the human rights of LGBTI people has been paved with enormous victories on our continent, from decriminalization to the adoption of anti-hate and anti-discrimination laws, legal gender recognition, and same-sex marriage in many member states of the Council of Europe, even if progress remains uneven. And this needs to be recognized. Crucially, the visibility and acceptance of LGBTI people in our societies is on the rise. Pride marches are a critical component of this. They enable LGBTI people in a country to be seen and to experience solidarity. They give a voice to those whose rights are often ignored or violated. They're about fighting misconceptions and prejudices, conspiracy theories. It is important to remember these successes when times seem dark. But the resistance to this year's EuroPride is a stark reminder that the work is not complete and that we are going through difficult times. We cannot pretend that everything is fine, that we are here and the EuroPride is ongoing. We have to expose the problems. But the resistance of this year's EuroPride is also a moment to start moving in quite a different direction in order to give even more visibility to LGBTIQ community. In recent years, several member states have taken steps to roll back the rights of LGBTI people. Powerful anti-gender movements are whipping intolerance and hatred across the continent. Pride marches just restarted this year after a 2-year pause caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. And it is striking that several have faced great challenges: the terrorist attack on the eve of Oslo Pride, the ban and subsequent massive arrest of participants at Istanbul Pride, the cancellation of Tbilisi Pride due to threats of violence and then inaction of the authorities to tackle them, and multiple physical attacks in the margins of Pride marches, including well-established ones, notably against transgender participants. And now, this tormenting battle around EuroPride here. Why the sudden and last-minute turnaround by the Serbian authorities? We have to ask this question. Why the long uncertainty and contradicting messages from different authorities every single day? The intimidation over the last days has been regrettable. It stands at the very opposite of the authorities' obligations to uphold the human rights of LGBTI people. Attacks against the human rights of LGBTI people are part of a more general trend to undermine human rights. I have denounced the scapegoating of LGBTI people by unscrupulous politicians for political gain. They are humiliating people, attacking them, harassing them, intimidating them. Where LGBTI rights are under assault, so are women's rights, as well as the rights of migrants and of other minorities. Civil society stands under pressure and media freedom is weakened. So it's not just about LGBTI rights that we are talking about here. A lot is at stake. Remember this. Those who oppose LGBTI rights fail to honor their commitment to human rights in general. Their actions run counter our common European values of dignity, inclusion, equality, and respect for the rule of law. This is why EuroPride is so important to expand the effective respect of European standards across the region and to counter these negative trends. EuroPride has come here in Belgrade no matter what. This international human rights conference is taking place. Important issues are being discussed, as we just heard. All this illustrates the strength of the LGBTI community and our collective commitment to continue supporting their fight for equality. And I use this opportunity to pay tribute to all of you courageous people. Where we go next is clear to me. We will continue to be visible and vocal until LGBTI people can fully enjoy their human rights. I'm proud to be here with you in Belgrade. We will stand for a more equal society where LGBTI people can be seen and heard as equal citizens. Let love win, not hate.
Thank you very much for those strong and very clear remarks. I would like to invite now Serbian Minister for Human and Minority Rights and Social Dialogue, Gordana Čomić.
Throughout the week that is going to the end and tomorrow a very important day, I attended few events that are happening in Belgrade thanks to EuroPride organizers and support that Madam Prime Minister gave to the organizing this event in 2019. The opening ceremony and the cultural exhibitions in Silos and in German Embassy. And that cultural perspective that in Belgrade this week, in just those two events, I know that it's been a lot of others, reminded me of the story that I want to share with you. When my kids were entering teenage years, I have 4 kids, 2 boys and 2 girls, gender balanced. And I'm not a member of community, I'm not LGBTIQ person, but nobody's perfect, what can you do? So, I tried to, in the very early teenage years, so the oldest was around 13 or 14, and the youngest 7.5, to talk about differences, showing them of the work of the people that were different from our family, and asking what would be missed in the world if they were never born, and if this planet wouldn't have people and then their work and opera and IT and pictures and everything what art gave by creative mind and work of members of LGBTIQ persons. So because they knew who they were, and the 3 eldest children, they started to list what they would miss. And my youngest one said, "We would miss those people, you stupid." And she made the point. So this is something what I remembered during my work and my deep devotion to human rights, basic human rights, general and for everyone in equal, wherever I was. This is who I am. I'm feminist. I firmly believe that nature of power can be changed from power over someone to power for something. And you are changing the power of over someone to power for something, and that is a clear message from the community. We will not give up. We will have all the rights in all the societies throughout the planet. And you don't keep my words. You never trust a politician. You know, when politicians are lying, his lips are moving. So you don't take my word, but follow closely what's going on in Serbia, because this week of contrarieties, this week of different messages that came from different sectors of our society is a week that we all should remember, because what I know and what I can share with you is that the assessment to make positive environment for future successes is, when faced with reality, we have to cope with reality. So the Serbian message, we should try to balance contrarieties of our society, not to deny anyone of right to walk or right to express him or herself, but in aim to create positive environment for the steps that will follow. And the step that will follow for sure is the law on same-sex partnership. It's done, it's sealed, it never went to Parliament because we failed to make majority, clear majority for the law to pass the Parliament. But also law on gender identity, that is, everything is ready, just waiting for the new government. I have a presentation that starts with a picture of the ultrasound of the baby of around 4 months. And that will be behind me when I'm trying to present the ideas and fight for the cause to have law on gender identity. Because that baby, when she or he was born, and mother and father will ask the doctor, well, what have we got? And the doctor says, I don't know. And Serbia must know that is the problem for that human being from the very first minute she or he was born. So I can identify myself with your will not to give up, because I never gave up when everything was quite gloomy. And I never said, now the fight is over, now we won, now it will happen as in beautiful documents is written that should happen for all the people. It will never end. And the fight for equality, fight for not leaving anyone behind, fight for anyone who says, okay, now we are boring, let's beat some women, let's ban them from the abortion, let's beat again those gay people, they are so fine to be beaten, and we get a hate against them very easily. It will never stop. That's why I say that humankind, the species that we all belong, is silly kind, very silly creatures. It's easy and spontaneous to gather people on hate. You don't have to learn anyone to hate. You don't have to teach people to show them how to hate. They know that spontaneously. Just hate someone based on that he or she is slightly different than yourself, and then you are better. Yeah, don't tell me. But kindness, rule of law, respecting human rights, you have to show people how to behave in accordance with the documents that describes the world in those, from my point of view, most important documents that humankind ever got. So, be nice, show that to everyone, and show the people that without any reason tried to intimidate you with the hatred or with the wordings about you, that they are lying and that they know they are lying. And my last sentence is my unsolicited advice: how to talk to the people who you see hate you or patronize you. I'm a woman. I've been patronized all my life. There is some idiot telling me, just because you're a man, thinks that I know much better everything. So when I find someone very persistent, I said, look, you're talking to a lady that can explain you in 2 minutes, first 3 minutes of the universe, because I'm a physicist by profession. I'm a politician by accident. So those who lie that you have a sickness, that you are a sick group of people, and parallelly with that say that they are believers, you ask that, okay, I know you're lying, but what kind of religion you stand for when you don't want sick people seen on the street? Who's next? Blind people? What? Your religion says that sick people should be hid in the houses, and you lie that they are sick. But we used to live time when people with their personal everything in them just to want to live it through must be closed and being closed and lived a very unhappy life. Ask anyone who dares to tell you that he's a believer. Which God supports that? Which religion supports that? It's a human choice for hate. We can show that hate is not strong enough to stop us who will, at the end, be majority in each society in the European Union and throughout the world, and who can say and repeat the sentence of my daughter. We would miss those people. You stupid whoever is against LGBTIQ. You walk. You will never walk alone. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we will see 2 video messages. The first one comes from Victor Madrigal Borloz, United Nations independent expert on sexual orientation and gender identity.
Hello. I'm so happy to be able to talk to you today. I know how hard you have been working in the organization of this event, and I know how many obstacles have been put on your way to carry it out. I'm Victor Madrigal Borloz, and I'm the United Nations independent expert on protection from violence and discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. Or, in shorthand, I am the AISOGI. I hope I could be there with you today. It's very unfortunately that previous commitments don't allow me to. But I wanted to make sure to let you know that my mandate is convinced that pride and occupying public space with full exposure of our sexual orientation and gender identity are a fundamental part of our human rights. Occupation of public space and political manifestation is a fundamental way in which our fight takes visibility. And I thank you so much for going forward with this event. I'm speaking to you today from Buenos Aires, Argentina, where the great activist Carlos Jauregui said, "In a world that educates us to have shame, pride is a political response." You are a fundamental part of that political response. I was delighted today to hear from the Special Envoy of Italy, my friend Fabrizio Petri, and the Special Envoy from the United Kingdom, my friend Nick Herbert, that they will be there with you. And I hope that they will extend to you, along with this video, the expressions of all of my solidarity. It is fundamentally important that we claim our right to manifest, our right to be recognized as we are, our fight to exist. I commend you, and I hope that you know that you will always have the support of the mandate of the independent expert. Be proud. Great success. Goodbye.
The second video message comes from Jessica Stern, U.S. Special Envoy to advance the human rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex persons.
Hello, EuroPride. My name is Jessica Stern, and I'm the U.S. Special Envoy to advance the human rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex persons. It is my sincere pleasure to speak with you today as you celebrate EuroPride 2022 in Belgrade. Congratulations on such a successful and powerful celebration. As we all know, this gathering faced strong opposition. We faced organized protests, threats of violence, and many other attempts to disrupt this vitally important celebration. You may have even personally faced doubt. How should we, who are dedicated to the rights of LGBTQI+ persons, respond in the face of discrimination and threats of violence? How should we respond when Pride, the very occasion when we seek to reject bias and celebrate LGBTQI+ people, comes under attack? Despite these challenges, hosting EuroPride in Belgrade is a historic milestone. It is not only a testament to the perseverance and determination of the LGBTQI+ community in Serbia, but it is also a clear demonstration of the progress made since the first Belgrade Pride Parade in 2001. While there have been challenges in the last 20 years, hosting EuroPride in Belgrade this year is an undeniable sign of your progress. EuroPride in Belgrade provides many opportunities. It allows you to highlight the work of the many brave activists in Serbia and throughout the region. It brings much needed visibility to the LGBTQI+ movement and encourages progress on the road to equality. But perhaps most importantly, EuroPride provides the opportunity to bring together like-minded individuals to support the universal values of equality, tolerance, and respect. As you've seen and experienced personally, the fundamental rights of LGBTQI+ persons continue to come under threat from those who seek advantage by sowing chaos and division. But the global trend to affirm the universal values of dignity and respect for human rights is on your side. EuroPride receives statements of support from NGOs and governments around the world. While the international media reported on attempts to deny your rights to freedom of assembly, association, and expression, what really shone through was your perseverance and your determination. The United States government firmly believes that all human beings should be treated with respect and dignity, and should be able to live without fear no matter who they are or whom they love. We recognize and applaud the steadfast efforts of the brave lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex activists who are fighting around the world for equal protection under the law, freedom from violence, and recognition of their fundamental human rights. For these reasons, Ambassador Hill and Secretary Blinken both tweeted their support for this event. As Secretary Blinken said, freedoms of peaceful assembly and expression are essential components of a healthy democracy. LGBTQI+ rights are human rights. It's time. This simple phrase, chosen as the official slogan of EuroPride 2022, reminds us that not only is it time to celebrate our past success, but it is also time to chart our course for the future. Your courage in holding this year's EuroPride has bettered that future for LGBTQI+ persons and all persons in Serbia and across Europe. Not everyone is so brave, and so we owe a debt of gratitude to you and to all human rights defenders who risk themselves to fight for a better future for us all. On behalf of the US government, congratulations again. Thank you again. and enjoy the rest of EuroPride.
Support is always important, and we are grateful to those messages. And today, here in the room, we have also members of the European Parliament who gave very strong support in the previous weeks and days. So I would like to invite Kim van Sparentak, member of the European Parliament from the Netherlands, to address the audience.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, first of all, for organizing this beautiful event. And thank you all for welcoming us as MEPs. I think I'm allowed to speak also on behalf of the other MEPs, to be here with you and celebrate this beautiful day. As was just mentioned, I am from the Netherlands, and I know the Netherlands is often seen as, you know, the ultimate beacon of hope where first things started. And yes, I think we've made a lot of progress. I was 10 when same-sex marriage became a thing. And I think the only question I asked my mom when it was on TV, because it was a big thing, was what's happening? And mom was like, well, these people are getting married, and then I went on with my life. And I think that is the message that every kid should be getting everywhere in the world. But unfortunately, also in the Netherlands, we're seeing that, you know, our rights are being used as a dog whistle. A dog whistle to, you know, show, oh, please look that way. We're doing something to help trans people to make it easier to change their legal gender. And now we're only going to talk about that, so no one is paying attention to the mess we made about other crises in the country. And I think what every time strikes me again when I see this happening is that we are such a strong community. Whether it's in the Netherlands, whether it's here, whether it's elsewhere in the world, as soon as we feel this backlash, as soon as we see that our rights are under threat, we stand up as a community. I mean, the outpour of support to make sure that we have this march tomorrow where we can show ourselves, where we can fight for our rights, where we can shout for our rights from all over the world has been immense and has been amazing. And I think as long as we stand so strongly together as a community and continue fighting for our rights, they will never stop us and they will never win. Thank you all for being here, and I can't wait for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite now Robert Bierdon, also member of the European Parliament from Poland.
Well, that's a surprise. I wasn't ready to do that. But it's not my first time. Well, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I come from Poland. I come from a country where 30% of my homeland is LGBT-free zone, mentioned by Commissioner Daly. I come also from the country of great solidarity, from the country where people during the communist regime, they united and they created the strongest network in the world of people with hopes and desires to live in freedom. And this movement has teared down this wall, the communism, the Iron Curtain. They believed that one day, and my mother was Solidarity Movement, and I know what I'm talking about. My father was on another side. He was a communist activist. And their dream was to live in the country of freedom, in the country where they can be themselves, when they can read the free press, where they can watch whatever they want, where they can love whomever they want. And here we are in Poland, in so many countries where we see this backlash, where my mother would never dream that these terrible times will come back. So what we should remember, that with our determination, with our strength, we are fighting for something important, but it's never for granted. Human rights, democracy, LGBTI rights are like beautiful flowers. You always need to water them, because if you don't care about them, they disappear. They will be taken away. So I'm here seeing that I'm not the only dreamer in the world. I see also, which brings me so much joy and happiness, that I'm not the only gay in the village. We are united, and we are unstoppable. Thank you very much. All the best, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Cyrus Engerer, also member of the European Parliament from Malta.
Thank you very much, and it's such an honor and a privilege to be able to give some also closing remarks today after so many incredible speakers that we have had today here in Serbia, in Belgrade. And let me just start by saying one important and very clear message directed to Belgrade, to Serbia, to the Western Balkan region, but also to Europe and the rest of the world. We are here, we are queer, and we will never disappear. This is not just about EuroPride. This is about freedom. It is about democracy. It is about combating excessive power and control. It's about recognizing and understanding that people are not there to serve their government, but that the government is there to serve all people in all our diversity and in all our glory. We are here today for multiple reasons, hailing from numerous countries across the world. Some of us are here to support, some of us are here to educate, others are here to share their experiences, and some are here to listen and learn. But at the same time, we are all here because someone at some point stood up for the right and for the fight for the future, which is our present today. And one of these people was Marsha P. Johnson, a fierce transgender sex worker who fought for the advancement of human rights of the LGBTIQ people in the Stonewall Uprising in 1969. And before her death in 1992, Marsha often shared her wealth of knowledge to the world. And one of her most important quotes, according to me, is history isn't something you look back at when it was inevitable. It is something that happens because people make decisions that are sometimes very impulsive and of the moment. But those moments are cumulative realities. And this is one of those moments. That is what we're living here today. Moments which make history. And when I look at so many of you, I know, as my colleagues in the European Parliament know, that you are all part of history making in your own towns, in your own cities, in your villages. And that together, at a global level and the European level, we will continue changing our continent. I see, for instance, Vicky from Hungary, Georgie from Georgia, Christoph from Czechia, and Goran from here in Serbia, and so many others. But Marsha's words really hit home for me because I come from Malta. And in Malta, we currently find ourselves at the top of the rainbow, of ILGA Europe's rainbow map. But it wasn't always so, because before we introduced our laws, we faced the same situation as many other countries face today. Countries we have been speaking about today. And the idea that people like me could love who we want and be who we are was unheard of. But that changed exactly because someone made a decision, and that decision accumulated into cumulative realities and manifested itself into a movement. And I see also here Gebika Leia, a Maltese LGBTIQ hero who was at the forefront in my country, even if alone at first, with only a few other people marching and making our community visible. And it was thanks to her and to so many others who were so courageous at first that we arrived where we are today. And this is my takeaway from today. We are not just individuals in this room. We are a movement that represents freedom, a movement that represents love. And love is never wrong. In the first panel, I believe it was Malin who said, "You are not wrong, they are." And I couldn't agree more. I would go even further and say, not only we are not wrong, but we are very strong. We are a powerful and we are a beautiful community. Each and every one of us should be proud of not only to be part of this community, but we should be proud to be here today, standing up for ourselves, standing up for others, our queer siblings across the globe. Goran earlier said that Pride is a celebration, but also a manifestation, and I think that sometimes we tend to forget this in Western Europe. We tend to forget that there is no pride for some of us, without the liberation of all of us. So to conclude, as you have heard, tomorrow it is likely that we will march together in manifestation, and we will march to celebrate ourselves. I will be there to march, and I hope that you will be there to march with us and my colleagues from the Lgbti Intergroup in the European Parliament. And I encourage all of you to join, including the Minister, because if you feel safe, obviously, we would really like to see you there. As beautiful as you are, as fierce as you are, as powerful as you are, and as queer as you are. Let's do this together tomorrow here in Belgrade, in the Western Balkan region, in Serbia, to be a message to the whole region. And then, next year, let's meet again in my country, in Malta, for EuroPride 2023, to shine a light on another region, the Mediterranean region, which also needs our support. Thank you, and let's do this tomorrow.
Thank you very much, and definitely see you next year in Malta. Now I would like to invite Sven Lechman, German Commissioner for the Acceptance of Sexual and Gender Diversity, to say a few words.
Hello everyone. Actually, I have a whole list of persons I should explicitly say hello to, but in order to be short, I just say dear friends. Let me first say how happy I am to be able to speak to you, and how happy I am that EuroPride is being hosted in Belgrade. And I'm quite sure there's been a lot of applause in the last few days, but I'd really like you to applaud one more time for the teams of EuroPride and Belgrade Pride who does such an amazing job. So thank you very much to the teams. Well, yes, we heard the news that Pride March is gonna take place tomorrow. We'll all be there, hopefully, and this is great news. And the Serbian authorities have to assure security and to support us, because the right to demonstrate and the freedom of speech are human rights, and they apply to every human being. Human rights apply to everyone, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity, and all states are obliged under international human rights law to promote and to protect the human rights of all persons without discrimination. Sexual orientation and gender identity are part of who we are. No one should feel the need to conceal their identity to avoid discrimination, hate, or even violence. However, this remains reality for too many lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, and queer people across the European Union and beyond. And therefore, the EuroPride 2022 in Serbia, including this International Human Rights Conference, is an important signal from and for the LGBTI community from all over the world. For many months, I've been really looking forward to my visit to Belgrade. I am firmly convinced that diversity makes a society freer and thus also stronger. If people can be different without fear and discrimination, and at the same time have equal rights and equal dignity, this is a gain for the whole society. That is why it's so significant that Pride marches can take place. And I'm very pleased to be here today to stand together with you in all solidarity and to show support for the LGBTIQ community here in Serbia and all over Europe. In this regard, I would like to thank once again Helena Daly for her efforts. The LGBTIQ equality strategy is a qualitative shift from the European Commission towards playing its full role to defend and protect LGBTIQ rights in real times of backlash. And therefore, in 2021, and in close cooperation with civil society, the German government adopted its LGBTIQ inclusion strategy to promote LGBTIQ inclusion in German foreign policy and development cooperation. We have ourselves the goal of guaranteeing the protection of all people regardless of their sexual or gender identity in accordance with Germany's constitution. And finally, also, and there's a huge debate in Germany, finally fully enforcing the fundamental rights of self-determination of transgender, intersex, and non-binary people, and this is exactly what we're going to do. For the first time in my country's history, the German government, as you heard, has appointed a commissioner for the acceptance of sexual and gender diversity, and I'm very delighted to hold this office. And in this newly created role, I'm responsible for working with ministries and in particular with civil society on policy projects affecting the LGBTIQ community. And I will also spearhead the first ever government's action plan for sexual and gender diversity, which has been stipulated as a project in the coalition agreement between Social Democrat Party, Green Party, and Liberal Party right now. And the plan aims to support the federal states in their educational work at schools and in youth work, to promote services for older LGBTIQ persons, and to advance diversity management in the working world. All the measures mentioned are important in promoting gender and LGBTIQ equality, but we need to do so much more together, side by side. And with this in mind, thank you very much, EuroPride Belgrade, for having me, and I wish you all the best. Let love win, stay safe, and happy Pride. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. I would like to invite now Fabrizio Petri, Italian Special Envoy on Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity, to address the audience.
So thank you very much. Thank you for the organizer. It's wonderful to be here. All that has been said before by the speakers, I agree 100%. Wonderful words. So I would like to bring you one different perspective, positive of course, because since I was appointed in the last 10 months, I've been traveling extensively all around the world, in all possible continents. And there is one thing which has already emerged in some of the previous speakers' speeches, which is really for me was very, very important to understand. It is in different parts of the world where there are problems with democracies and where there are movements, local movements in several nations. I speak about Asia, Africa, Latin America, but also Europe, of course. Well, it is a fact that the voices that are really at the forefront, that are really running the battle, are LGBTQ+ activists. So what is really interesting is that what is happening is that activists from LGBTQ+ communities are really working for reinforcing the democracy. When we hear that LGBTQ+ person, that we ask for rights for ourselves, which is true, we must advance our own rights. Human rights are for everybody. But there is also another side of the narrative, which is that we reinforce democracy. We are working for the rest of the persons. So this is, in my opinion, an extremely important thing that is emerging all over the planet. And since European Union, I'm so far the only special envoy for the European Union countries. I hope some more countries will appoint one. But since the fourth pillar of the European Union strategy is a W, word, European Union is supposedly asked to lead the world in this battle. I think that we have to listen to these voices all around the world. And I think that a moment like today in Belgrade will be heard by all the persons all around the world, because it's an important moment in which, again, democracy is reinforced. Also, and this is the last thing that I would like to say, is my personal approach. I believe in nonviolence. I think that we must always underline that LGBTQ plus rights, the LGBTQ plus voices, LGBTQ plus prides are always nonviolent moments, are always moments in which we try to bring some more thing to the society and not to do things only for a separate group. So it's also very important to see things in a bigger framework where really we can help democracy and non-violent and strengthen the institution. So again, I'm very, very happy to be here. I think that what is happening in Belgrade is very important. And I think that we can build from here something important for the future, not only for Europe, but for the whole world. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Senator René Cormier from Canada to address the audience.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, Commissioner Daly, and dear friends from the LGBTI community, good afternoon. Thanks to civil rights defenders and Belgrade Pride for the invitation to speak at the closing ceremony of this International Human Rights Conference. This event highlighted the challenges that still exist in ensuring the equality and dignity of the LGBTI people in Serbia and the region. But it also underlines the positive steps that have been made by your community in this part of the world. I congratulate and express my deepest admiration to Goran Militic and his team, who created a space for free and open dialogue for all, a place where differences are valued and celebrated, an event where debates and the sharing of ideas were possible. Today, your LGBTI plus community is confronted with profound inequalities, prejudice, discrimination, hate speech, and hateful acts. Nevertheless, more than 20 years after the first Pride Parade in Belgrade, EuroPride, along with this International Human Rights Conference, could represent a turning point in your country, but also elsewhere in the Balkans and all Europe. Despite the challenges that persist, especially these days, and although it may feel like your rights are being rolled back, your years of struggle will bear fruit. The progress made here, however small it might seem at times, is a springboard for action. I attended with great emotion the plenary session Belgrade Pride 2 decades later. The educative testimony of Milan Agataduric is indicative of your determination not to accept the status quo and to be actors of positive societal changes. Of course, we all wish that progress could move faster, that inequality and discrimination will already be eradicated. Nonetheless, as you know, it takes time, patience, determination, resources, and an iron will to advance human rights. And it also takes a lot of solidarity, because in solidarity lie hope, strength, help, and support. Decades ago, Canada stepped up to the plate to ensure the rights of LGBTI plus community. My country has achieved important milestones through the adoption of several laws and strategies. To name a few, if I may: decriminalization of homosexuality, granting same-sex couples the same social and tax benefits as heterosexuals in common law relationships, legalization of same-sex marriage, adding gender identity and gender expression to the grounds of discrimination prohibited by the Canadian Human Rights Act, expunging historically unjust convictions, prohibiting conversion therapy practices, and the recent publication of the first federal action plan to LGBTQI+. All these achievements illustrate Canada's will to advance the rights of LGBTI+ communities. That said, while Canada's record may seem impressive, it is certainly not because we are better than others. Therefore, it is not my place nor my role to give you advice, because each country and each community has its own history and its own path. And if my country is sometimes seen as an ideal to be reached, the challenges remain important and the struggle continues in Canada. It is not enough to adopt laws. They must be accompanied with concrete actions and practices. And we must recognize that Canada's progress did not happen by chance. Thanks to the many activists, rights advocates, politicians, and ordinary citizens who have worked together for decades. They had to build bridges, find champions, mobilize intellectuals, educate and convince. Despite their efforts, we are still fighting like you do, and today we are by your side in this quest for equality for all. Equality needs to be enshrined in our laws and policies, of course, but if it's not fully exercised at home, in schools, in our workplaces, in our leisure spaces, and everywhere in our society, it simply does not exist. That's why your work as activists in your respective communities is so important. So this is my appeal to my colleague legislators and decision makers here in Serbia and elsewhere, and I know they know that. There will be no meaningful progress on LGBTI+ rights without the inclusion and involvement of communities. And there will be no equality until we ensure fair socioeconomic conditions for all, until the right to parenthood, to healthcare, to digital security is achieved. While there is still cyberbullying, discrimination, and racism in our societies, there will be no equality. There will be no justice before same-sex unions are legalized in all corners of the world, no freedom before our education system promotes sexual education that includes all sexual and gender diversity, no dignity if people who need PrEP, HIV test and treatment do not have access to it so we can eradicate AIDS. The road to equality is long. No matter what country we come from, every day is a struggle for our rights. And we can lose them. We know that now, more than ever. We parliamentarians must work with civil society along with all political parties in a spirit of co-creation and non-partisanship to achieve this vital goal of ensuring equality, justice, freedom, and dignity for all. Every citizen can offer to this world a unique contribution, and it is the sum of these contributions that enrich our society. We must recognize and celebrate them. Whether you are a lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, intersex, asexual, or identify yourself as part of another sexual and gender diverse community, no one should tell you who to love and how to love and what gender identity or expression you should have. Growing up queer without the love of our people is a deplorable experience. Fortunately, Pride events offer a space for loving ourselves and others. And we can hope that other minorities join us in sharing this inclusive, welcoming space, because prides are about bringing people together. So let us march together to ensure equality in dignity and rights for all human beings. And let us say it loud and clear to those who want to push our society in the opposite direction. Sunday, unfortunately, I will have to take my flight to go back home in Canada. The good news is that I will have in my luggage precious gifts. I will have in my luggage your courage and resilience. And when I will be standing up in the Senate of Canada to affirm the importance of human rights as an independent LGBTI+ senator, I will have your struggles in mind, and it will give me strength. And I will tell my colleagues and friends, I was there, I listened, I met incredible people and learned so much from them. Thanks to you, I hope to be a better human being and a better parliamentarian. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite Hanna Katrin Fredriksson, Member of the Parliament of Iceland.
Hello, everyone. I want to start by saying that I've had such an amazing time here. Met so many, learned so much. And also that for a middle-aged, cis, lesbian from a Nordic country with all its rights and all its security, it's quite humbling to experience the power, the determination, and the bravery that's in the air here, and the problems, the challenges that you're facing here in Serbia and in the region. But being middle-aged also means that I can go back in time and recall how things were not so long time ago. Iceland is one of the countries that is doing really well in terms of the rights of LGBTQI. This is really hard for me for some reason. I just need to slow down. LGBTIQ+ people, both legally and socially. And in my memory, it seems like generations since queer people were forbidden to marry in Iceland. In fact, however, it's only been 15 years that has passed since a new marriage law came into force that allowed the marriage of two persons of the same sex. And for years before that, we had to listen to and fight doomsday predictions from opponents, the end of civilization, no less. But of course, disaster did not happen. Society is full still of heterosexual couples that are doing well. And now we have the gay couples as well. We have all kinds of couples thanks to the LGBTQI movement and others who fought the fight. Now, however, we face another different prediction of doomsday because of trans people and non-binary people. And the harsh propaganda that is hitting trans people these days in countries like Iceland also strikes an uncomfortable familiar note to us who are middle-aged. And the fact is, of course, that the world has never faced the slightest threat from freedom, from people being free to be who they are. It's actually the other way around, obviously. And I want to mention 3 focus points as an Icelandic politician because the fight is never fully won and we are experiencing backlash. The first is the lawmaking. In Iceland, a new Gender Autonomy Act from 2019 manifests the right for everyone to define one's gender for neutral gender registration and physical integrity. This was, of course, a huge step, but there are still some improvements to be made in our legal environment. There are still exemptions, for example, intersex children. And in terms of lawmaking, we also need to address increasing hate crimes and how we find the balance between free speech and to stop hate speech. And there are also different things. We need to do better when it comes to asylum seekers and applicants for international protection from the LGBTIQ community. And we will. There's another thing, just to show how the environment is and how people are opening their eyes for, yes, the backlash, and also that there's really no ending line here. I have now for several times submitted a bill that bans conversion therapy on LGBTQI people. And I've mainly gotten two reactions, both from politicians at home, the media, and the public. A, is it not already banned? No, it isn't. And two, is it really necessary in Iceland? And yes, it is. And I'm hopeful that I will gain full support for this bill this winter, mainly because since I started talking about this, people have come forward with horrific stories. It's heartbreaking. And the effect of such personal approach should never be underestimated. The second focus point is on education. In the past few years, we've also seen an increase in anti-queer rhetoric across media and politics, in particular, again, against trans people. And we have had a group of young people bravely been speaking out about the violence and abuse they suffer from their peers and in schools. We have to educate. We have to educate all students, and equally important, we have to educate the educators. So our main focus now is on study material at all school levels. And then finally, the third focus point, which is so important and so many have addressed here, because it's kind of underlying, is the fact that all who are fighting for LGBTIQ rights are fighting for all people who want to live in free societies, who value democracy and human rights. We should really be an army of politicians, administrators, public sector, private sector, media, activists, and people in general. That is the fight. There should be all sorts of people fighting this. And instead, we are facing this backlash, even in countries where we would have thought that to be impossible a few years ago. So we need to fight this backlash with every means possible before it spreads and becomes an epidemic. Human rights are not a buffet where people can choose what they want exactly for themselves and leave everything else because they don't have a taste for it. That's not human rights, that's pure individualism. And then, who will fight for us, for them, for other people, for free societies? So the truth is that there will never be real freedom until we are all free to live our lives as we are. And to all of you that are here in forefront of the battle, thank you. And I see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite Evelyn Parodis, Executive Director of International Gay and Lesbian Association Europe, to address the audience.
Thank you very much. And if I may add, I am the very privileged director of the LGBTI Organization of Europe and Central Asia. There have been important words spoken here in the past hour acknowledging the extraordinary achievements of the LGBTI movement over many decades. And so I actually want to be speaking, and all of this is entirely due and deserved. But I want to speak here to all the decision makers and the policy makers in the room. And I'll say that this is a message that, having been here since yesterday morning, I am determined, even more than ever, to bring way beyond this room, loud and clear, for the many months to come and for as long as it needs to be said. I want to reflect back a few things I've heard since I arrived in Belgrade, listening in to activists from the region. I've heard understandable fear and concerns about safety, and safety mostly not about themselves, but safety of their communities and of others. I've heard immense solidarity and mutual support, activists in effect saying to Belgrade organizers, we're here to have your back,
will be here by your side. I've heard activists reminding each other that they have every right to be in the public space and to do so without shame nor fear as any other citizen. And I'm saying this because I want to make sure that you, decision makers and policymakers, you realize, you know just how much courage there is in this room and in this city at this moment. Courage, as we know, is not the absence of fear, it is acting in spite of fear. And the very least, that those of us who have access to power, to means, to resources, can and should do, is to show courage in return. In fact, it's our responsibility to do so. The LGBTI community is showing immense courage, as it has been for decades on, but they cannot do it on their own. Europe, its governments, its institutions, its elected officials, all need to be courageous, and courageous not in a shy way. This community has time and time again proven how it is standing up for its own rights, but it's been said, especially for the many who are and continue to be on the margins of society, and doing so, defending some of our most fundamental and core democratic principles. You, Europe, whoever you are, you owe them to be courageous. And courageous, I know you do the right thing. Many of you have said just how much you are working towards equality. But the real test of our commitment is when things are at the hardest. And this is when it is important to show no compromise, no apologies for standing up for human rights, democracy, freedom, and basic human dignity. I think everyone in this room knows just the significance of this pride. It is important way beyond Belgrade, and it's actually way beyond the Balkans. Dunja Mijatovic said it, a lot is at stake this week. And it matters for the whole of Europe. This is a test. And we must not let anyone who is bullying dictate our behavior or weaken our commitment and our resolve to act. To all of the Belgrade Pride organizers, the community of Serbia and the Balkans, it will be my true privilege to march with you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Christine Garina, the president of European Pride Organizers Association, without whom I have to say this probably wouldn't be possible, and who gave us unconditional support even after the initial announcement of possible ban of EuroPride this year. Christine, thank you.
Thank you. And you still have our unconditional support. And this morning we handed in a petition that had tens of thousands of signatures from all over the world supporting EuroPride 2022 in Belgrade and demanding that the President and the Prime Minister of Serbia protect the event and make sure that it happens peacefully and safely. And for that, we need everyone's help. I look at all the politicians and decision makers and civil society leaders. LGBTQI community in Serbia really needs you. And they need to know that they will not be marching alone, and they will not be standing up to the bullies alone. We will have to stand with them. So I will see you all tomorrow at the march, and we will march in Belgrade for EuroPride 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, last but not least, of course, Anders Pettersson, Executive Director of Civil Rights Defenders, without whom this conference wouldn't be possible.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I know you're all super hungry, just as I am, so I'll be brief. But I have a few words of caution. So the first step in solving any problem is recognizing that there is one. The second step is to put language to that actual problem. So what do we call what has been going on here? EuroPride in Belgrade is a breakthrough moment for LGBTI+ rights in Serbia, and I congratulate you all on this incredible achievement. But EuroPride 22 has also become a pivotal moment for civil society, for civil rights, democracy, diversity, and inclusion in Europe. The Serbian authorities' attempts to stop the Pride March tomorrow from happening are nothing less than an attack on fundamental civil and political rights. I'm an optimist, otherwise I wouldn't be in this line of business. I'm an optimist, but if any sort of success in that regard, it would set a very dangerous precedent for the region, for Europe, and for beyond. The authorities are trying to have it both ways. This week, we've had representatives of the government on this very stage touting their support for this event, for diversity, and for inclusion, while at the very same time, the organizers have had to fight the same government tooth and nail for the right to march tomorrow. My point is this: if you do not want to be called an autocracy, then you shouldn't act like one. Serbia has a duty to protect the rights and freedom of peaceful assembly and free speech. The state does not grant us those rights. Those rights are already ours. This is not a compromise. The government's job is to respect and protect those rights for all of us. Civil Rights Defenders' vision is a world of democratic societies in which we all enjoy our civil and political rights. We've supported Belgrade Pride for many years because we recognize just how important it is for the struggle for equal rights to continue in this region. We are extremely committed to continuing support to Belgrade Pride, as well as Pride events and LGBTI+ partners in the region for many years to come. I want to thank all the international partners, the international support that we are receiving, the institutions who have provided support to EuroPride 22, and many of whom are here today. I also want to give a special thanks to my friend and colleague, the Civil Rights Defenders Director of Europe and MENA, Mr. Goran Miletić. Because we all know deep in our hearts that without him, none of this would have happened. I know that you haven't hardly eaten or slept this week, and we'll make sure that you get a vacation after this. You deserve a tremendous rest. So Goran, and also your fantastic team, my sincere thanks from everybody in the room. And last but not least, everyone organizing EuroPride 22, the committee, all the volunteers who worked so hard to make this a success under very difficult circumstances. No matter what, you've accomplished something that many would have deemed impossible just a few years ago. So be proud, because no one can take that away from you. Thank you very much. Now let's go and have something to eat. Thank you.
Just a second, just a second before you go to lunch, hosted by Team Europe. I would like to invite the representative of Kyiv Pride, because there is a little surprise they prepared for Belgrade Pride. So I would like to invite them to come to stage, and also coordinator of EuroPride, Goran Miletić.
Thank you for this opportunity to have some community moments here. I am Ukrainian. And tomorrow, you march for us. EuroPride is marching for those who cannot march today. And with that, on behalf of my community, I want to present to you this little piece of our heart. This inclusive flag that includes the colors of Ukrainian flag, which is today for us, for LGBTQI community of Ukraine, is a symbol of resilience and strength. And I wish for tomorrow to you and to all of us this resilience and this strength. We will march.
Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you for this gesture. I mean, I want to say just that Belgrade was always, and Belgrade Pride was always marching for those who can't. That was always Belgrade Pride, and we are doing that again this year with a lot of improvisation. But I want you to make sure that you will be safe tomorrow, that everything is fine, and that we will march together. Thank you, and please join us.